back, DNA Strand Crew, to rounds 2 and 3. Live coverage here from Dynasty DNA covering the NFL draft in Pittsburgh. A lot of big moves in round 1. Round 2 opening up with the San Francisco 49ers on the clock. Should be interesting to see what they want to do. Ended with a trade back. And let me say, what a great day yesterday as far as the giveaways. I was happy to see some winners. Now we just love for you guys to tune in and chat with us here live on the chat. It will be open, and anyone that will be tuning in, love to have you with us. But we are joined by the panel here tonight. We are joined by Big Culture Bob Helfert from the Culture Shock in the Dynasty DNA Deep Dive. Of course, you can follow him over on X at Big E Fat Bob. We're also joined by Logan Little Culture, and he is the host of the Dynasty DNA IDP Boneyard, and really controlling a lot of things going on TikTok for us. How are you doing tonight, Logan, Bob? Are you guys ready to rock? We'll start with you, Bob. You ready to cover round 2?
Yeah, I want to just rehash what we kind of weren't able to do last night with the giveaways and stuff. It kind of took away a lot from the analysis and things. So I think we're just going to hammer as much information to you as we can tonight.
Oh, yeah. We're going to revisit some stuff. We're going to be talking some other things. The chat will be open, guys. Please go ahead and shoot us a message. Let us know what's on your mind, on your thoughts tonight. We'd love to hear from you. And Logan, are you ready for rounds 2 and 3 here tonight?
I'm ready to see my team pick, even though we suck at drafting. I'm not going to lie. Yesterday was a little bit sad not to see a Bengal up there, but I'm happy with Dexter Lawrence. Let's just hope we keep building in the right direction.
That's right, man. Slowly but surely. But last but not least, we're joined by the wizard himself, Dynasty Wiz. You can follow him over on X at Dynasty Wiz FF. He is the giveaway king, sending all the stuff out he could today to all the winners. Wiz, you were busy today at United States Postal Service by the sounds of it.
Yeah, no, I think it was about 8 packages. I don't know. I have the receipt somewhere. I don't know exactly where I put it, but this should be out to your house hopefully about 10 days ish from today. But no, thank you guys so much for entering and supporting the giveaway and stuff like that. We had a good amount of numbers, and everyone that won, congratulations, and everyone else, well, it's TJ's fault you didn't win. So
it's my fault. Yeah, I don't think so. I wasn't the spinner of the wheel. I wasn't the expert when it comes to that. Well, let me just say, rounds 2 and 3 going to be beginning here. As we mentioned, a lot of good players still on the board. San Francisco 49ers on the clock, Bob. They did trade out of this, this past first round, and move back down. What do you see them doing here with the 49ers?
Well, I'd love to see him take an offensive lineman, but I don't think that there's a whole lot of that left to go around. They need an offensive weapon. I'm trying to think if they really have holes on defense. Obviously, they could use pass rush. Almost every team can. I think they've been looking for somebody to put pressure up the middle, but I don't know how much that's really left off the top of my head. I kind of got to look at who's available. With the blitzkrieg that was last night, the 8-minute pick really threw us off. I think threw us off our game a little bit. So, I think that they could do a lot with a little, and they traded out and got more capital that they kind of needed.
Yeah, they definitely could use a little bit more depth on that team. I tend to agree with you. Mac Jones is still on the San Francisco 49ers. Be interesting to see what happens to him, what becomes of him, where does he end up? What's your thoughts overall here, Bob, as far as Mac Jones goes? Do you think he could be on the move?
Well, I think he should be if they're smart. The best they're going to get is a third-round compensatory pick, I guess, if he gets signed away. So why not try and capitalize on it? Unless you really feel like you're going for a championship and you're worried about, your star quarterback getting hurt. It's nice to have a good backup. Don't hear what I'm not saying, but I would love to see him get moved to, and we know with the surprise move from the Rams, teams that we thought would probably be in on Ty Simpson were, unable, because he got snatched up at 13. So anything could happen. I wouldn't know why he wouldn't be available. I don't think he'll ever go to the Cardinals because it's in division, but I could see, him getting moved to other places.
Okay, so something to keep our eyes on. I agree with you. I mean, it'd be nice to see him traded just from a fantasy football standpoint. Wiz, San Francisco 49ers always give you a hard time saying you're the San Francisco 49er chronicler. What would you like to see them do with this pick? What makes sense for them? I mean, we've seen them bring in Mike Evans. The old keep getting older in San Francisco, but they're trying to go for it. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot with like what Bob said that you focus on the offensive side, offensive line side, defensive side would make sense too. Their corners have been historically weak these last couple seasons as well, so I don't know how much more depth is left around right now for this solid, startable plug and play type of guys there. But there's a lot of directions they should go. But I don't know. I feel Niners always draft a running back. I mean, it seems a little too early for the Niners running back draft choice here. But guys like Coleman still on the board. I'm excited to see where he goes. I thought he was a real solid running back in the class. But yeah, there's a lot of holes in there with the Mac Jones news that they're asking for a second round draft pick and no one wanted to pay that for some odd reasons. Who knows? Who knows what's actually going on? But then the Browns or someone's going to waste a third round pick and Carson back and when they're going to be drafting our quarterback the following year because that's what the Browns do. And that's why Bob loves the Cleveland Browns so much.
Oh, no doubt. And Bob will go ballistic if it's a quarterback for Cleveland. And just so everyone knows, if you guys are joining us or are back from last night or a new viewer, go ahead and the chat's open. We'd love to chat with you here, get your input. So, Logan, last question for you, San Francisco. Where do you think they go? What would you like to see them take? And do you think it's a fantasy relevant player, or do you think it's on the defensive side?
Well, fantasy relevant and defensive player can easily be the same thing, but I will double down. It's not going to be fantasy relevant because I think it's going to be a corner or a cornerback because I know me and Bob talk about it all the time on the IDP show. Corners are the worst players to get in IDP football. They just don't score well. They don't score well. They don't get enough action. I really do hope it's Jermod McCoy out of Tennessee. I think will be the best option for him here with team need.
Okay, so you heard it first. And San Francisco is a team, that could use a little bit of help on either side. I mean, definitely get a little bit of juice going. Brian said would be surprised to see Boston make it past Bills, Raiders, Giants early second. That is someone to keep our eyes on. Denzel Boston, getting close to sneaking into that first round. My 6 wide receiver prediction, Big Culture Bob, got kind of close there towards the end. I mean, I know that you were heartbroken when Cleveland took KC Concepcion, and now he's probably doomed to purgatory.
Yeah, I like I said last night and ad nauseum, I don't want many offensive pieces from the Cleveland Browns until they fix the offensive line and they get a quarterback. Hopefully it's not Carson Beck Wiz. Not that I care at all because I'm not a Cleveland Browns fan. I just, they're the team that I like to gripe about the most because they do the most stupid things. And, they actually traded back again this year and they made much better selections, I think, this year than they did last year. But they had 2 first-round picks. So it's still up for collapse, let's put it that way, because it's still the Cleveland Browns and they're, always going to do stupid things. I don't know. The pick is in for San Francisco. John Lynch just got off the phone, it looks like, with whoever he called, and they are being very secretive about it until they call it. But yeah, I think that I'm not a big fan of Concepcion being there until they get things straight. I mean, I believe we're going to end up seeing Watson and not, Christian Watson for the Green Bay Packers. We're talking about the old Deshaun hand rub Watson. I don't know. I'm trying to keep it as clean as possible, but
You could have just said massage Watson, Bob. But let me just
yeah,
say,
okay.
let me just say though, I have to say we got San Francisco picking right now. So let's see what they do first and foremost. So they're going to be leading off this second round. Andy Lee, the ex-49ers punter, delivering his remarks. I mean, I don't know. A punter. I mean, Pat McAfee's a tough act to follow compared to some of his past draft exploits. But we'll see where the 49ers go here. And we're going to be on to Arizona, another team that surprised us last night. A lot to talk about with Arizona now that it's going to be them on deck.
Your feed is still way faster than mine. And I'm I got this
receiver.
NFL. But
there you go. Wide receiver, Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss.
Wow.
You want to talk about a one out of left field here. Unreal. I mean, this guy, now let's talk about this from a dynasty standpoint. Kyle Shanahan, every time I see him take a player later rounds, my antenna does go up a little bit. Wiz, what does this do for you? Because this was a guy, let's be honest, that probably was on nobody's radar to go this high. Are you taking more consideration maybe on him over a guy like Denzel Boston now compared to the landing spot?
Man, it's tough, right? Because Niners have not really been successful with their wide receiver picks as of late, right? Ricky Pearsall hasn't really lived up to his expectation. He's a first-round guy. Jip Cohen's a fourth round, I believe. He's not made it on the field, but he'll stay healthy over there. I mean, it's an interesting guy here, interesting pick. Looks like they're still trying to fill in that Debo role, that they need that guy that's kind of fast, gritty, good yards after the catch. He's a guy that is semi-interesting, but I just don't know where I'm going to stack him quite yet. I want to see where everything else plays off first,
Yeah, I mean, that's fair, but they did need a slot type of a guy. So what's your thoughts, Logan? Any difference in opinion as far as like this guy moving up your board now, landing with the 49ers? He's got the draft capital, first pick of the second round. I mean, what's your thoughts on this?
To be honest, I don't recognize the name, so we'll start with that. Secondly, I don't think it changes much. There's so many wide receivers there. They just brought in 2 more in free agency. The best option for him is someone gets hurt ahead of him and he gets playing time. I do want to come at Wiz about Ricky Pearsall. Ricky Pearsall was shot. He wasn't like he's just broke his leg 3 times. He was shot. He had
and then all the soft tissue injuries.
That's just 49ers, though. You got to remember that power substation over there is killing them all slowly.
Well, Cardinals made a good pick here, guys.
Okay, so Wiz is ahead. Speaking of the Arizona Cardinals, Bob, before their pick comes in here, we'll wait till it's announced because we got a lot to talk about with them, with Jeremiah Love and everything that took place last night, throwing a total curveball for everybody. And, the chat was really buzzing last night. So we'll see what we have here with the Arizona Cardinals. And James Conner, oddly enough, announcing the pick after he got replaced almost last night.
That's a good
irony
twice.
is crazy.
So that I can't remember how Basantis, is that how you pronounce his name, Liz? Does that sound familiar to you? Chase Basantis, the interior guard or whatever. This builds up a strength, right? If you got Jeremiah Love, if you're going to take the chance on a Jeremiah Love in the first round, having a road grader in front of him is a plan. I love this pick. They get somebody to block for Jacoby Brissett and Jeremiah Love, of course. So he was a good guard in the college. So in the college, that's stupid, but Texas A&M, the college.
So Bob, let's just say, so they saved face with you a little bit. Like you're still upset, obviously, about Jeremiah Love, but they saved face a little bit. And I mean, what do you think this does for his fantasy shares? Because we've seen people last night that were really upset, almost kind of jumping off buildings, to a degree that they thought, now I got the 101. What am I going to do? What's your thoughts?
I mean, Ty kind of slapped me with some logic last night. For the most part, he's not wrong. they do tend to still have a decent running game, even though we're not excited about the offensive line play. Now, is that because Brissett, or whatever quarterback's been playing, is that because of the threat of the legs for both teams? Are they able to just, do that? I mean, I'm trying to think of the best way to say that. Like there's a lot of threat for pass that opens lanes for the running game. If that's what I'm trying to get at, I'm pretty sure that's the idea. And I'm like looking at their offensive line. Of course, they got Paris Johnson that year that they traded back, then traded back up, which was so weird. And then they brought in, you would know this guy, Ciamalo from they brought him in from Pittsburgh. He's the left side guard. Now they just drafted Basantis, and they brought in Elijah Wilkinson to be the right tackle from Atlanta. So they're rebuilding this offensive line. Now their center, Forholt, is from Cleveland. So is that a good player or not? You're not wrong. It does save face a little bit for me. I don't understand why you invest in Tyler Algier, though, if you're going to turn around and draft Jeremiah Love, number 3 overall. That was more confusing to me than.
My only worry is,
go ahead.
Well, I'm just thinking now that you said that, right? Is something more wrong with James Conner than maybe we think, right? Like maybe is there something going on to a degree that we don't know? Because I'm like you, there's got to be something almost. You'd think there almost has to be something here with this. We'll see, but it's definitely odd. So Buffalo's up with, do you think it's Denzel Boston for Buffalo? And do you like that for them? Because it's kind of maybe giving me Keon Coleman vibes.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be Denzel Boston for him. I think it makes a lot of sense. Maybe go CJ Allen here, linebacker out of Georgia, but we're about to see it come in here.
Yep, pick is coming in. We have Shane Conlon, 8th overall pick at 9.
Yeah, took an edge. TJ Parker.
TJ Parker out of Clemson. Okay, Logan, what's your thoughts on him? Because you're the IDP guy.
So I'm gonna be honest. I liked TJ Parker a couple years ago a lot more than I like him right now. I think it's a good spot for him. I actually took him in a couple of our Devy leagues that me and Bob are in a couple years ago. So he's solid. He's a good guy. He can get out there if they let him. I think he'll be a good piece for this team, especially considering the age they have on their D-line. They need to get younger, and he's got good guys ahead of him to learn from.
Okay, so, and let's be honest, the way you describe that, like you said, Buffalo's a good landing spot for him, right? Being in a rotation, maybe not playing all the time. Do you think that for this kid, Bob?
I mean, something about TJ Parker and Clemson rubs me the wrong way. Like, I just don't feel like they're prepared. You know what I mean? I could be completely wrong, but it just seems like they're not. I mean, I don't know. They just don't seem to be prepared to make it to the NFL. But, it'll depend on the development. The problem with the Buffalo Bills is I don't think that they've been able to figure it out. Greg Rousseau, sure. They keep bringing in somebody on the other side. God, who's the veteran that they brought in like 2 years ago? Von Miller, Yeah, and then they brought Bosa in too. So it's like they keep trying to bring in this veteran guy to, like, I guess, coach up or, whatever. And of course, this year they bring in Bradley Chubb after the Dolphins release him. Like, if he's not working for the Dolphins, man, are we super excited about him for, Buffalo? Like, I don't know. Hopefully TJ Parker, proves me wrong, for Buffalo's sake. I'm just not. He's not one guy that I'm going to go out and he's going to have to do some prove it to me first, if that makes sense.
Okay. Well, you guys, the IDP guys, so everyone's playing them IDP leagues out there. You guys are on top of it, but we did see Houston make a trade and their pick's already in. Do you think that they go wide receiver here, Wiz? I mean, what's your thoughts? Because, Jaden Higgins, I like him. They invested in that position heavily last year, but it just didn't seem between Noel and Higgins that one of them really elevated too much, if that's fair to say. What do you think? Do you think they go defense or offensive line? Do you think they go wide receiver or what?
The problem with offensive line, there's not really. Like, you have the guard out of Oregon. That's probably the last top guy still in this range here. And it's the Texans. They don't like to build that offensive line, so they're not going to go offensive line. They went wide receiver all last year. They took Noel and Higgins, like you said, in the second and third round. So there's no way they're probably going to go defensive side of the ball. Probably on that line, which that line's already really solid. I actually know the pick here. And I don't want to say
So
it.
I'm going to stop asking you pick questions because you're laying on them like a mother hen, and you don't want anyone to know. And the audience probably.
All right. They took Caden McDonald from the Ohio State.
No, defensive tackle.
Makes sense. I mean, that's a good defense getting even better. And look, I mean, we talk about this, with some of these running backs that are getting a lot of juice in the AFC South. Your Bayshall Tutons, your Jonathan Taylors. It's going to be a little tough sledding coming up against Houston twice a year. This division, I mean, is kind of embarrassing as it's been through the years. It ain't a cupcake as far as running the ball, Bob.
No, for sure. I was just looking up. He's definitely a big run stuffing defensive tackle, which is great. But the NFL's going to more of we need to get pressure up the middle defensive tackles, and this doesn't really fit McDonald's speed. But with what they have on the outside, they can probably afford, right, to have a guy that just runs stuff. So this is probably a better for them pick than it remotely is for IDP or our interest level. It probably really helps. I don't really remember them getting gouged. If anybody remembers them getting gouged on the ground, speak up, because I really don't remember that. They were a really good defense, and I don't know if that's just Jalen Petre cleaning up the mess, Algier or whatever. Algier, is that right?
Al-Shahar or whatever is it?
Al-Shahir.
Yeah, whatever his name is. But whatever, yeah, they were doing a lot of cleanup tackles and stuff like that. So Caden McDonald or whatever filling up that middle might help out quite a bit for NFL purposes.
And the Giants are up next, a team that's very interesting as far as going both sides on defense. You think now, Bob, you didn't want them to take the wide receiver. Now maybe a time that they could be in on a wide receiver type. What's your thoughts there?
I mean, Boston not having come off the board yet might pair pretty well with Neighbors, right? But I think that they'll be fine. You know what I mean? Like I with Likely and Neighbors and the smattering of Slayton, Mooney, Calvin Austin, I think they're probably okay. Sure, it's nice to have another weapon. I think this. I mean, I'm looking at their offensive line right now. It's not terrible. If anything, if they could get a right tackle, that's probably the way to go, in my opinion. But there's Logan's buddy, Daniel Falele. Apparently, he's the backup right guard for this team. And, yeah, I mean, the world's their oyster, right, TJ? You never want to pigeonhole them into any one thing. And, the dumbest thing might be for him to take a running back, but I wouldn't put him past him either. You know what I mean? Who knows? This pick could be anything. I don't.
What would you like to? So let me just ask you right now. Like, we're just going to go around real quickly. Vegas, does it have to be offensive line, Bob, for this next pick for Vegas after the Giants?
I would go offensive line. I would take the best offensive lineman of whoever's available, because the only spots that they have filled. What?
I was saying Manuel Pregnon, guard from Oregon.
Yeah.
He's the highest rated right now.
Yeah, and that would actually be good, because it's an interior guard. You could probably play him at either guard spot. He's going to do well for the running game, which you drafted Genty 6th overall last year. You better get your money out of him. Right. That is a golden pick for them. But if the Raiders
It could be anything. It could be anything. So here's a question. Here's a question for you all. I'll start with Logan. James asks, where do you see Mike Washington going? Logan, we'll start with you here. Any good fits that's coming off the top of your head for him?
No, let me look at the board as it comes through, because I don't see him falling much longer
Right.
than he already has. Honestly, the Dolphins wouldn't be bad.
I predicted no running backs in the third round, TJ, if you remember right. And I was shocked to see Price go in the second or at the very tail end of the first. So, bold predictions sure to go wrong. But go ahead, Logan. I stepped on your toes, but
you're good. With him being a receiver and of the teams coming up that need another receiver, it's going to be Miami all day for me. I think would be that desired landing spot for him to be able to be a one.
He's talking about Mike Washington, the running back.
Oh.
Yeah, Mike Washington running back.
Running back out of Arkansas.
Well,
yeah, no. So, man, Caden's crying. Big man, you balled out. Good job. Way to get drafted. Packers, man, I just literally landed on them at 20 in this round. I think the Packers would not be a bad place for Washington because they lost Emmanuel Wilson, right? And all they got is Jacobs. Now Jacobs is a stud. Don't hear what I'm not saying. But there's he's got Abraham Lincoln's head is already on the tires. You know what I'm saying? However they do the penny test on the tires. So he's got some tread disappearing for sure. Man, that big fella crying. It warms my heart. Sorry.
So I mean, I don't know, but looking at Washington, though, I mean, there are some teams that are going to need backup quality type of guys, right? I mean, that's the thing. So, James says likes the Packers. I think so, right? Marshawn Lloyd's been a disappointment for them. A guy that we really like. Oh, yeah, a guy that we like but can't stay healthy. We talk about the best abilities, availability, and he's just never available. Tampa Bay at one time I think would have been good till they got Kenneth Gainwell. I don't know, maybe Indy to back up Jonathan Taylor, right? I mean, they could use
Indy or even a team you guys touched on with James. You said Chicago makes sense too, which I
don't know if I'm
not a big fan of that
because I like Swift, but young guy there. But go ahead.
I was gonna say the lines make a lot of sense, right? Mike Washington, he has that grinder, that bruiser type that they're missing now with the departure of Dave Montgomery, right? I mean, it'd be dumb if the Lions draft him in the second round here, because they have a lot of other needs around that team. But I like the landing spot a lot too. That makes a lot of sense for me. And then also looking through, I mean, there's a lot of teams like Jaguars make sense to get that bruiser in there. Let Tune go in between the tackles, be that quick guy, and then you have this guy comes in for short yardages and just change the pace back. And the Giants here, I think they fucked up their pick. I'll be honest, guys. I don't know who. I don't know who
Colton Hood is. Colton Hood
is he solid?
Yeah, I mean for what he is, right? He's
I thought McCoy is better. Isn't that true? His teammate.
No, well, yeah, he was, but he's coming off of a relatively bad injury. He didn't put any tape out or whatever in 2025. So both of them were pretty good. They're they were very much a 1A, 1B tandem. So if you're risk adverse being New York, I can understand taking Hood. If you really wanted the potential for shutdown corner, McCoy might have been the guy. But I also I wanted to add to the Mike Washington thought process. Chuba Hubbard and Mike Washington are not unsimilar. That would be a pretty decent backup situation, in my opinion, because they lost. I mean, I can't imagine that they're going into the year with Jonathan Brooks being the
number two. How you couldn't have a warm, fuzzy feeling about that, Bob. But as you say that, the Ballsville game says on here, Washington has about $3.5 million among their entire running back room. It makes sense. Maybe they could bring in a guy like that, right? I mean, here in one of these second, third round type areas, I like that call out too. So I love it, guys. Keep them suggestions coming. I like picking everyone's brain to see what they think, and that's another good landing spot for him. I think so, right, Bob?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking at this pieces of the puzzle for the Giants defense. Good night, man. Their defense, we've talked about this ad nauseum, right? You take the Giants defense and you put it with like the Bengals offense. Holy crap. You know, it would, yeah, Logan is not wrong. And I get the Washington thought process. I just think that who did they bring in? They brought in somebody. Oh, Rashad White. So you've got Rashad White already. You've got Jerome Ford already. You've got Ja'Cory Crossky-Merritt already. And I'm not saying that, you know, anything is locked in place, right? But at a certain point, you don't want to just have a whole bunch of, like, somebody's got to be able to play special teams. Who's going to be playing special teams out of that mix? You know,
Jerome Ford.
I mean, I guess, right? But like, you know, yeah, it's they need a wide receiver. They don't need to be wasting a pick on.
Well, speaking of, I don't know. They got Brandon Ayuk now, Bob. You gotta love
I
that.
don't.
But
You bring that up all the time, but I've yet to see the official Brandon Ayuk as a Washington Commander. It's rumored, heavily rumored, and you know, because JD5 and Ayuk went to college together, I'm pretty sure that it could be a done deal tomorrow if it was available. But like, he's available for trade. They're obviously not interested in giving up anything for him. Yeah, the Raiders taking that Stooks, the safety. You want to talk about kind of a bad pick? I wasn't fond of that at all. Wiz, I don't know as much about Stooks as I do the guy with 3 names, something Warren. I think he would have been a better pick. But maybe it's because
the Raiders go off the board. The Raiders go off the board all the time, Bob. You know it. I mean, Darius Hayward-Bay, you know, the kid from Ohio State, the corner, what was his name? Like Arquette or something like that. You know, you remember that pick?
Damon
I mean,
Arquette.
like they do that all the time. Yeah, that's right. They just do it all the time. That's just like how they operate. It's the mystique of the Raiders. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. They have so many needs. A safety for the Raiders, I'm not a big fan of. What was the sign for the Raiders there, Bob?
It says stupid, just dumb.
All right, so Wiz, it's an AFC Norther up picking next, the Cleveland Browns. Do you think that they go with a running back or a quarterback? Because last year they got their share, and Bob seems to think they're going to get another one.
What if I told you that it's a wide receiver?
Oh, it's a wide receiver, Bob. They double dipped. Could it be Denzel Boston and ruining?
And then go back to your question earlier from the day. Am I going to put Dijon ahead of Boston? The answer is yes, I am. I'm going to draft him ahead of Boston because he did get drafted by the Cleveland Browns. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. This is what happens when you have Todd Monken. This is what happens when you let Todd Monken run a team. You just can't let him do it.
That is a bad idea. You're right.
Wait, so
Tether, baby, we said hi.
So what do you think, Logan? Denzel Boston and KC Concepcion to Cleveland. I mean, number 2 guys that won't be on my big board.
yeah, I can't disagree, and I'm a little upset that I still don't even have it updated on any of my devices. I got my phone on CBS and my TV on ESPN, and neither one of them tell me. So that's
I found the NFL Plus is working pretty well, Logan.
okay. I might switch to that, but there's no way they need a receiver. Don't get me wrong, but they have so many other issues that they need to work through.
Who's going to protect the quarterback?
Well, who's going to open up the holes for Q like we talked about, man? I mean, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare scenario. And as Bob said, you know, really, Bob, you threw out the analogy of Carnell Tate went to Cleveland, a bad draft got worse. But did it get worse yet by 2 guys that maybe you had hope for at the end of the first round as like a dart throw, now go into the same spot with these Cleveland Browns? That's 2 for 1. They ruined 2 for 1 here.
I'm sorry. I'm on Our Lads, and I've got the Cleveland Browns roster up. And in all honesty, you're not going to hear this very often. their offensive line looks better than I thought. Now, is it good? Nah, I don't know. Like they drafted Fano, right? So there's your left tackle. They got Zion Johnson from the Chargers, which the Chargers offensive line wasn't real good because of Alt last year and Slater. So obviously if they let Zion Johnson go, they weren't too pleased with his production. They got Elton Jenkins from Green Bay to play center. Tevin Jenkins from Chicago a couple years ago. I mean, how lucky can you get to get Drew Jenkins is on your line? That's just going to be confusing for poor Deshaun Watson. And Titus Howard from Houston. Houston's offensive line has not really ever been good, so I'm not so sure that – but it's better than what I thought.
Right.
You know, so from an F to, let's say, a D+. But like we've talked about, like you still don't – I don't want to count on that offensive line. I don't believe that it's – go ahead.
It's the same old Bob Cleveland Cooties, right? I mean, I say that on the podcast all the time. Like I don't know how anyone in the chat feels if you guys are watching and you want to chime in, but man, this is a killer to me for back ends of first rounds of fantasy drafts. Like there's so many people hopeful for Concepcion, hopeful for Boston, and it just didn't pan out, Wiz. I mean, I'm not taking either of these guys. I don't know about you.
Yeah. It sucks, right? I don't think Sanders is a guy. Like it'd be better if one of them was a slot kind of guy, and they're both outside guys, if I remember correctly, right? I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they're both outside guys. And it's just I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do. Harold Fanning looks good for Harold Fanning though.
Another Boston ruined in the NFL. So we have Brian saying Browns and Jets running a weak rookie class. Even more, go figure. Absolutely, man. That's what Bob said before the draft began, Brian. I mean, I'm with you on this. You nailed it. And it's the horrible thing about it, right? So, like, all I'm saying to all the dynasty players out there, all the fantasy players in general, like, if you have these picks, like, I'm trying anything I can to get rid of them. I mean, Bob, Wiz, Logan, you all played a long time, as many members of the chat probably have. Once the draft begins, people get pretty hyped up about it, right? So, like, whenever it does get it going, people want them picks a little bit more. So I will try everything I can to unload them. So that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Just to add something, I'm going to ask you this two questions. So I got a trade offer today. Somebody offered me, and it was blind. You couldn't see what the pick was. So, like, I'm like, oh, I got to go check this out. Offers me. What is that noise? Is that me or is Logan farting? Oh, is that the dog? Okay, I'll leave it alone. He offered me this pick, a first round pick for my Travis Etienne. And I'm like, well, what pick is this? Thinking maybe this dude soured on 101 or whatever, right? Or even 102. Oh no, it's the 112. I'm like, no, dude. Like, what kind of crack are you smoking? So I acquired the 111 in a trade that it was just a throw in. So I'm like, well, here, I'll trade you my 111 for Chuba Hubbard, because if you think that 112 is worth Travis Etienne, I feel like I'm overpaying for Hubbard, but I need Hubbard. Well, I'm like, well, it's about value, dog. You're screwing it up. And he ended up taking it. I'm like, okay. So now I got Hubbard. I don't have to worry about picking at 111.
Oh, Bob, I love the story. So Chris says, why did the commission not set picks? Boo. Bro.
Yeah, I don't understand why I think people hold it as a secret until like the draft day. I think we're supposed to draft in like 2 days in that league. And for whatever reason, it's like, okay, like, I mean, it doesn't matter. I can go research.
So we see Kansas City take the edge.
I'm getting so excited.
Mason Thomas from Oklahoma. What do you think about this one, Logan?
I don't know much. I'm gonna be honest with you.
You really wished he went to the Buccaneers because his name is R. Mason Thomas, and then it'd have been like a pirate noise. It'd been like, R. Mason Thomas, the Buccaneer. But no, he's not bad. I feel like I'm covering for Logan's bum here.
You are. You 100% are. I'm
He's
too worried right now. I am too worried about what happens with this next pick.
Oh
Think straight.
man, I'm trying to figure out what notes I got on this guy. Here we go. He's a pass rusher for sure, and he's got a really quick get off. That's basically all you need to know. I don't think it's a bad pick. He's from a big enough school in Oklahoma. It's Green Bay. They're kind of a mixed bag. I think if you got Parsons, that's probably the only edge rusher you're stupid happy about. They've tended to miss when they draft them. Rashawn Gary was okay at best, but
well, the Chiefs took him, Bob, not Green Bay. It was the Chiefs that took from Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. What was I? Where did I get Green Bay from? Oh, whatever. Okay, so the Chiefs, you could use as opposite Karlaftis. I can easily bounce back there. Cassius Howe's not a good pick for them, by the way. So, yeah, the opposite
Thanks for letting me have
Karlaftis.
any excitement.
Yeah, Logan's excited about Cassius Howe.
I'm not, but I was really hoping I'd have a little bit of excitement, and you're just like, oh yeah, he's not
Yeah, I'm
good.
sorry. That's not a good pick.
No, you can't.
And actually, if he fell appropriately, he's a big guy, but kind of the short arms Bane problem. But Mason, he'll be all right. And I don't think Cassius Howe is going to be terrible for them either, especially since you added Dexter Lawrence in the middle. That's going to ease a lot of that's going to put a salve on a lot of what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, it just could be another bust, another best defensive line that Bengals draft.
Yeah.
How what they do.
I know.
I mean,
but
I don't disagree, but like, there's still hope. I mean, at least he didn't have 0 sacks going into his.
He had
which
more
was Shamar
sacks
Stewart.
than Shamar Stewart did at over 10 sacks more. So,
Now, Bob, as a Ravens fan, I'm sitting here. I see CJ Allen still on the board. Do you think it'd be a good fit here in Baltimore to get that linebacker for us to play with Roquan?
I think Allen is more Roquan role than he is Robin. But I don't. I mean, if you're looking at like succession plan, I don't think that's a bad idea.
So
but,
we have Chris in here, Saints fan. Who do you want, Chris? Who you hoping it is? I know you were kind of upset when it was a defender. You hoping for an edge or something like that for the Saints? We're about to find out.
I can spoil the pick for you if you want. I can tell
No,
you
I
who
got
it is.
it too.
It's already coming up here.
the guy I would prefer to have Wiz for them is Jacob Rodriguez.
Christian Miller from Georgia, defensive tackle for the Saints. There you go, Bob. Christian Miller. What do you think?
Now, Christian Miller is a guy that I haven't heard a whole lot about. That is one of the guys that I'm like, what? So, Christian Miller. What school did he go to?
Georgia.
Georgia, man, that's wild. Apparently nobody's really high on this guy because I'm not finding much on him. He must be a run stuffing dude that doesn't matter too much to us in fantasy and things like that. So it's probably a better football player than he is a asset.
Yeah, well, I mean, good. I mean, we talk about, stopping the run. This division wasn't good at it last year, this NFC South. So you got to try to stuff it up, close it up, clog it up, do what you can. And we got Miami on the clock now. The Miami Dolphins, Bob's preordained number 1 pick next year. What do you think, Wiz? I think that Miami might have wanted one of them receivers, and they're both gone. and Wiz is gone. He left. So he
Maybe can
just
put the baby
he just-
away.
So back to Christian Miller real quick. He's definitely more of a nose. So he's going to be in a 3. What is that? Who took him again? The Saints?
Saints took him. Yeah.
Was that right?
Yep.
Yeah. So they're maybe they're switching to like a 3-4. Because this is what Miller does. You know, he's 6'4", 321 pounds. So he's a large man. A 4.90 40. Obviously that sounds terrible, but when you're as big as that dude is, his player comparisons here are Mozzie Smith, Chris Jenkins, and Brandon Fisk. So not bad players by any stretch of the imagination. Kind of surprised I haven't heard of this dude. So yeah, it is what it is. Senior season, 20 tackles, 3 tackles for loss, and he only had 1.5 sacks across 13 starts. So he's not a pressure dude, which is probably here it is, scouting report strength. Run defense is his bread and butter. So that's where we're at. He's not much of a pass rusher, which is probably why I hadn't heard of him, and it's because it's not that relevant for what we do. But he's going to probably be a good NFL player. Georgia tends to put out decent defensive linemen a lot of times. Well, decent defensive players most of the time anyway.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they've been a factory for it, no doubt. Well, Miami's on the clock now, and I think they could have used one of them wide receivers. Cleveland was able to snatch up Boston as well as Concepcion. But, Bob ties on the belief that this is going to be a one and done for Malik Willis in Miami. He thinks that next year, as you said, they're going to have a top 3 pick cemented, and they're going to take a quarterback. I mean, you don't think that that's a possibility if they get that number 1 to number 3 pick?
Well, certainly it's a possibility, TJ. We are talking about an NFL franchise that in Miami. There are plenty of idiots down there running the show. So it's entirely possible. And I understand the whole premise, but let's say they absolutely suck and they just take Jeremiah Smith number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they could, but you know how it is. The fans love the quarterback pick, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, it could be sexy, but like I can tell you right now.
Brian says PTSD hearing Mozzie Smith.
Oh,
no doubt.
sorry.
Cowboys fans every time. I feel you, man. Mozzie, that was a bad one for sure. I feel you on that.
Yeah. Legitimately, I think that.
All right, the Dolphins pick is in, and also Lions just moved up.
To the Jets spot.
The Lions.
Yeah, Lions just moved up for the 44th overall pick.
And Teixeira isn't here. Teixeira is not here right now. He wanted them to move back, and they moved up. He'd probably be going scorched earth right now.
Well, no, they kept their second round, so they must have traded something else. I don't know what they traded.
Maybe they traded future.
We'll see. We'll see what they traded.
But the Dolphins went linebacker here.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
I don't think it's a bad.
Jake Rodriguez.
They took, Rodriguez, yep, out of Texas Tech.
He's going to be good.
So Detroit, did they jump Baltimore to steal your green wins? That's what I'm thinking.
I was talking about CJ Allen is who I was talking about.
Oh, CJ Allen, yeah.
I think that'd be a good.
Oh, you want
Baltimore? Know too much about him. I don't know. There's a lot we can do that we should do, like corner spot to fill here. I feel like we've not done well drafted corners the last couple drafts. So,
well, we got Rodriguez and Teixeira's Detroit Lions on deck here. Miami has so many holes; they could take whatever. I mean, it's definitely the most depleted roster in the NFL. I mean, no doubt about it. And honestly, they could probably trade back. It would serve them well and just try to get into 2027 as much as possible. Punt, keep playing, being the worst team in 2026. But what do you think for Detroit here, Wiz? This is Teixeira's team. You really think they're going to take your guy and screw you over here?
No, I think Lions are going to fuck this pick up here. No offense, Teixeira. they got some holes all around. I think they're gonna have to go that defensive line though. I mean, they could go CJ Allen. I think that would make a lot of sense for him as well. But I don't know. Maybe go get a Lee Hunter or Zion Young, one of those two guys there. But then again, they could always go running back too. Oh, I guess they brought in Pacheco. I forgot they brought Pacheco in. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say if they feel like it's gonna be a while for Branch or Joseph, I wouldn't mind the McNeil Warren, the three name guy, Emmanuel McNeil Warren to them. But they may just go corner because their cornerback room was not very good. I'm not gonna share I don't want to give them too much crap on the cornerback room because it was pretty bad. But
so what do you think? Who do you guys think the next quarterback is going to be? Who do you have to say the third one's going to be? And do we see them?
Altmaier.
So you're saying Altmaier, Wiz? Of course you would. Who do you think it's going to be tonight? If you had to guess, I mean, I'm going to say my boy Nussmeier from LSU. I don't know what you think, Bob.
You think he's going to go pick 53?
He could. He absolutely could.
To the Pittsburgh
I think
Steelers?
there's a lot of steam on. They traded their second round pick. Wiz, you totally botched that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry. PFF did not say that. All right.
Well, I'm just telling
update
you.
it, so.
It's okay. It's no big chicken wing.
They did not. Yeah, they updated it all.
I want to see who they take. There's so much steam on Beck right now, TJ, that I'd be surprised if it's not him. I don't like it, but there's a lot of steam on him.
Yeah, steam coming off the dog turd, no doubt about it. So I don't know how you feel, Logan. Who's your next guy for quarterback? You thinking, does he go today or tomorrow?
I don't know when he'll go, but I honestly agree with both you and Bob that it's either going to be Nussmeier or Beck.
Yeah.
I think this is the guy Logan
Yeah,
talked about how he liked him. Yeah, Derek Moore. So bring in. This is the guy that succeeded Aiden Hutchinson in Michigan. So Detroit goes back to their Michigan roots and goes and snatches another edge. It's not a bad pick. Demolishes tight ends. I guess that means that they just.
I feel like this was on purpose that they traded up because I think Jesse Minter. They're like he might take Derek Moore.
Oh,
that's a possibility.
I think that's why they jumped it.
You're smarter than
this whole time you've been playing idiot, and look what you did. You totally redeemed yourself.
But CJ Allen's here for the taking, guys. I don't know if he's good or not, like I keep saying, but I want another linebacker. I'm tired of this fucking rotational bullshit thing we keep doing of drafted a guy, he's a bust, and we drafted another guy, he's a bust. We've not find someone to replace a shitty linebacker, Patrick Queen, since he's fucking departed the team. We just keep cycling these guys in and out. I'm just tired of it. We need someone.
Oh, there you go. Ballsville puts on here San Francisco trades D. Winters to Dallas for a fourth. So we did see a minor trade. Thanks for updating us on that, Ballsville. We appreciate it.
Ballsville, that is a good deal for Dallas. I like D. Winters. This is something that sticks in my craw. Why is San Francisco trading a quality player to another team in the division or in the conference or whatever, right? I don't understand that. I mean, like, why? If I'm San Francisco, if I'm NFC Team X, I'm only shopping in the AFC. I'm like, hey, Jets. You need another linebacker. Send him to Baltimore. D. Winters in Baltimore would have been actually pretty sweet. For a fourth round pick.
Yeah, take that.
I digress, but it just blows my mind. It's like we were talking about the Rams and Arizona or whatever making a trade. That's not going to, or no, San Francisco and Arizona making a trade. That's not going to happen, or it shouldn't happen unless they're just like, oh, we know that guy sucks, so we're going to send him away. But D. Winters played really well. So
all right, Bob, I need to know who Zion Young is, and am I fucked for taking him? Is he good?
He's okay. It's plus run defender. That's the basically I can tell you. You know what I mean? He's good on the edge. He's not much of a pass rush dude. But
So our biggest
for
weakness,
what they play 3-4. They play 3-4, right?
Yeah, 3-4.
I don't know what Jesse Mentor's going to play, but I can't remember what the Chargers played.
Oh, that's true too. So we got a
Chargers play 4-3. Chargers play 4-3. I'm almost certain of it.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, but we're talking about. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
The Chargers played 4-3.
Yeah, because Minter's the head coach.
It's a modern 3. It's a versatile modern 3-4 system.
Okay.
So he had 6.5 sacks last year, so it's not terrible. He did have 16.5 tackles for loss, so he may not be blowing up the quarterback, but he's probably getting to in the backfield. So he's a disruptor for sure.
I guess I forgot we did bring in Trey Hendrickson, so I forgot about that because that's always been our weakness. We had Kyle Van Noy, and that was it for pass rush, really, for the last. And then obviously Kyle Hamilton.
Matt, I'm so surprised you guys did things without cheating. So it's cool. So we'll figure that out later.
That's right. I love it, Bob. So Ballsville says San Francisco. Ballsville said San Francisco is so weak at drafts and trades, wanted all their skill points on player development and coaching. Well, I mean, I have to agree. The draft picks, hasn't been great for San Francisco really as of late. They're like the over the hill gang. They bring in all these guys that are older from other teams. We see Mike Evans, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams. It seems to work for them, right? But they definitely have had a little bit of a developmental problem, Bob. I don't know what your thoughts are there.
Yeah, Ayuk. They draft Trey Sermon in the second round a couple of years ago.
Well, Brandon Ayuk was good until he had his diva.
No, look at Brandon Ayuk's stats. He had one decent year, and it was really kind of craptastic. It wasn't even that good. It was like, 65 catches? I mean, he had over 1,000 yards, sure. So he's a deep threat plus. Whoopity-doo-dah. And he's a head case. So, no matter – yeah, put it in lightly. So I don't know. And it's like, of course, Pearsall, limited production in college. And I'm a Pearsall. I like Pearsall, but you're not wrong. Logan actually told me this story this morning about how basically the only reason they got Purdy or whatever was because they thought that they were going to sign Kirk Cousins and they didn't bother to look at Patrick Mahomes. That's kind of weird, but also true story.
I'll give the breakdown after.
Yeah. So, they're not. It's pretty weird. You know what I mean?
So
they draft.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying with San Francisco. I think everyone's right on. But let me just say this here right now: the Ravens have Mark Ingram up there, who was a saint. They couldn't have gotten a better representative for the Ravens than a guy that played there for.
I love it. Dude. No, Mark Ingram, dude.
Why? What was that? He didn't really or anything.
I love it.
I mean, unbelievable. But yeah, Ballsville puts Trey Lance 3 firsts and a third. One of those firsts was the 12, Micah Parsons. Yep. You're right on it, Ballsville. And it's good that it gets called out from that standpoint. I think they're a team because, they kind of gotten lucky in other areas. They kind of get, a little bit of a pass for some of their bad drafting ability and development. I have to say that. But we'll see here. We'll see what we have. Mark Ingram, wasting everybody's time. He shouldn't even be up here. He played for the Saints, not the Ravens. Let's see what he has to say. And let's get this.
Cry, big fella, cry. They should call that the cry cam.
The cry cam.
It's beautiful.
So
you got to wear sunglasses so you don't see nobody get upset. He's not upset. You're happy, bro. Be happy.
I'll give you the breakdown.
I love Mark. I love Mark Ingram.
There you go, Riz. Logan's going to give you the breakdown on Zion because he knows a little bit about.
Oh, no, I'm still talking about the Patrick Mahomes to Brock Purdy. So here's exactly what happened. Niners thought they were going to get Cousins the year after Mahomes was drafted, so they didn't do any work on Mahomes. Well, Cousins decided to either stay in Washington or leave for the Vikings. I don't remember exacts. So what that caused them to do was they drafted a guy named CJ Beathard. And when CJ Beathard left after his rookie contract, they got a compensatory pick, which was the last pick for Brock Purdy. So their Mr. Irrelevant pick came from CJ Beathard's comp pick.
All right. That's a good story, Logan. Thank you. That's interesting. I remember CJ Beathard. Yeah, I like them. Like, there's a quiz online you can play, like, name all the starting quarterbacks in the Super Bowl era. It's fun trying to go back to some of these guys and remember some.
Quizzical, or what's it, that Quizzical or something like that?
it's-
Logan's shown that to me before.
Yeah,
It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I can't think of what it's called now.
Yeah, there's a lot of them on there. And they're
Sporkle.
yeah, oh yeah, and they're fun. So Tampa Bay is up. I doubt this is a skill player, and I'll tell you, for a fantasy football standpoint, this has been a rough draft to get into for the skill positions, right? If you're IDP like Bob and Logan, it's a little bit better, but for the skill position, regular fantasy leagues, super flex leagues, it has not been sexy by any means. But we got
Tiki Barber. Or Rondé Barber.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, whatever. It's a barber.
It's a
Josiah
One
Trotter
barber, another.
is the
And
pick.
that's a barber I wouldn't trust. Look how bald he is, TJ. You don't ever trust a bald barber.
I can see
He
it.
does that himself. You already know.
What? I don't know what he said. So what I was gonna say is don't underestimate offensive line picks for your offensive skill players, because it helps out regardless of whether they pan out or not, or whether they become all pros or not. As long as they don't suck,
Uh-oh.
it should
The
help out. Go
Steelers
ahead.
just traded up. We are on
With
the
the
clock.
Colts?
Yep, we traded with the Colts. Steelers are moving up. Josiah Trotter goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We know Jeremiah Trotter had another son that went to Clemson that was pretty much nothing special in the league, but another Trotter coming in maybe can do some damage. We'll see. I mean, we know Jeremiah Trotter. Their dad was undersized, so we'll see.
Yeah. So is linebacker something that the Steelers are looking for?
Linebacker is something we could use, yes, and just some more depth at that position. But it worries me about quarterback because look who they jumped: Atlanta and Minnesota, right? That's a little bit concerning to me. Just seeing the teams that they were worried about that they had to get in front.
So you're talking about? Did you say quarterback or corner?
Quarterback, like JJ McCarthy and Michael Penix, your friend.
Yeah, but I don't see either one of those teams draft. I mean, with the Falcons bringing in Lefty Moron, Tua Tagovailoa, and the Vikings bringing in Kyler, Squirrel Munchkin.
Jets are on there, though, too.
Murray.
The Jets. I mean, there were some teams they jumped.
Yeah, the Jets. The Jets are troublesome. I agree. I just don't.
I hope I'm wrong. It just worries me. It really does, right?
I understand. I understand the underlying concern. But I would be really surprised.
Oh,
I have higher hopes for this team than you do.
Oh, thank.
And it's like it's funny because I argue with Teixeira all the time about the Lions and I mean you guys are so, what's the word I'm looking for, emotionally invested that you don't see, like, and I don't want to say potential, but like you don't see like that it could work out.
Oh, it's good, yeah. Keyword. Good.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, there's.
You're gonna like this pick.
Don't.
TJ.
I'm not gonna like it.
He's gonna or not.
He's not. You're not gonna like that one. He's took a
Oh
wide
my
receiver.
gosh.
Oh.
Wide receiver can't be too bad. Now I'm trying to think. What wide receiver
Pittman,
could win.
DK, Roman Wilson.
Jeremy Bernard
Yeah, but
from Alabama.
6'1".
Gurmy.
Yeah.
Because
And you guys look excited.
weirdly, he's a field stretcher. So the fact that they kind of let Austin walk kind of fills that role. But he's got a lot of potential to be he could be a one. He was really the one for Alabama last year because Ryan Williams absolutely crapped the bed after having a really good rookie year. But Williams, Bernard transferred in from
Washington.
I want to say Washington. That's right. So he transferred in from Washington, and that team's pretty good at having wide receivers, and he played pretty well with Simpson. So I don't know. I don't think you're going to be upset about this. Now, what you might be upset about it is like if DK Metcalf unhinges himself because they chose to draft a wide receiver and he loses targets. And then at that point, you might have, you got to love the Steelers fans. They have to cart these, you remember like the buses where they were just taking people to the stupid like rallies and stuff. I feel like that's what they did for all these fans here. Let's go collect some of the dumbest fans we can find and put them in Steelers gear. And I don't know. And not just steal. Oh, they're in Pittsburgh. I'm sorry. So they didn't have to bus them very far. They came on their own. And some of them just look like they're stupid, but whatever.
Well, I will say this. I mean, look, he's a guy that I just don't absolutely love, but I mean, we know McCarthy's an offensive guy. They do need to add more help in that room because outside of Michael Pittman and outside of DK Metcalf, there's really not much there. So, I mean, at least it gives them a guy that they can work with, develop behind two really good players, and we'll see where it goes, right? I mean, it gives you a little bit.
He's their shortest wide receiver at 6'1" and 3/4.
Well, we got a basketball team now. I will say that.
Oh, dude.
Down in the red zone.
Somebody, I can't remember. Well, it might have been, I don't remember if it was you this morning, Logan, but somebody said something about somebody on the Steelers not being very tall. And I was like, dude, they're like, like Pittman's like 6'4", and DK Metcalf's like 6'5", and Washington's like 6'7", and I think Freiermuth's like 6'5". I mean, like, it is a colossal bunch of human beings that play, and then you could have brought in Kyler Murray. That would have been funny.
Yeah.
They'll be easier to see because they're so tall.
Yeah.
So we have Brian here saying, quietly hoping Bernard falls to me early second rather than feeling like I have to take Cooper late first. Yeah, I mean, hey, I don't mind that, especially too, depending on like if you could trade back if you're a contending team and you feel better about Bernard long term, and you could let him develop, marinate on your bench even for a year, see what happens. I don't mind that.
Remind me where Cooper went again because my brain sucks.
The Jets.
Oh, the Jets.
I was like the Jets or Browns, but I don't think it was the Browns, even though they took like.
Yeah.
So let's just see about the players that could be ruined. Sadiq went to the Jets. Cooper went to the Jets. Boston went to the Browns. Concepcion went. I mean, there is a lot of hot garbage out there for landing spots for some of these guys, especially after the Lemons, the Tates, the Titans are off the board.
I'm gonna say that the Vikings here, if they take a running back here, which they might not, who knows, right? But this is probably me. If they take a running back right here, it's probably be the first round in your drafts here, your fantasy drafts here. Probably gonna. Wherever running back it is probably going to leap these wide receivers that have not got good landing spots, not having gone Sadiq, probably jump to Sadiq as well. I mean, there's teams here that there's still good landing spots for running back purposes. So just
watch Jonah Coleman whiz, I think, with Minnesota, right? I mean, that could be a good fit. Yeah, good potential. I don't know what you guys think, Logan, Bob, about Coleman with the Vikings. I think that could be a good fit, especially with Aaron Jones there for another year. That's kind of a similar game, I think, for a Coleman that he would want to play.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was like looking at the draft board, like, because you were talking about players that are ruined. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking, man, I might take Deshaun Stribling over some of the guys we mentioned that were clearly better players than what we had on the board. Yeah, I think Jonah Coleman would really fit very well with this team, with Minnesota. Now, I don't know that they take him here. I mean, I legitimately said I didn't think a running back would go in the second round, and so far so good. But I also didn't expect Price to go at the tail end of the first round. So I would have lost one bet and maybe won the second one.
Now we got Atlanta big culture. Let's see what they do here with their pick.
Oh, this says they took Avion Terrell, which they brothered up AJ
did.
and Avion. To be honest with you, I'm surprised that he went because his athletic testing was trash. I mean, it was like not only was he slow, it was like, I mean, he runs faster than I do. Okay, win. But he's like, I think it was like 4.65 or 4.75, something that wasn't great. And it was like at his pro day, not like at the combine. So I just don't know what they're hoping for with this guy. But maybe he had a cramp. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like that stuff happens.
It can,
but I also, go ahead.
I mean, it could happen. You're right, Bob. But like you said, it's very disappointing in the testing end of things. Ballsville says, who goes higher, Price or Lemon in rookie drafts, Wiz? There you go. What's your thoughts, Wiz? Price or Lemon in rookie drafts right now if you had to choose? You're muted, Wiz.
You're muted.
Oh yeah, sorry, I realized I was muted. I mean, Lemon went to the Eagles, so it's like,
Did you realize?
I realized it. Yeah, once I looked up top, so saw the button was red, not green. I mean, it really depends on where AJ Brown, right? If AJ Brown gets moved, then I probably would prefer Lemon over Price here. But then again, it's like Seattle does like to run the football a lot, and who knows when Charbonnet's gonna be healthy, if he's gonna come back fully healthy. Fuck it, I'm gonna say Price ahead of Lemon.
Oh, okay. What do you think, Bob? What tickles your fancy there more? Would you still go with Lemon, or would you lean Price like Wiz?
Man, I probably take Price too. I mean, like I end up in rookie drafts when I hold picks. I just end up taking running backs.
Well, Panthers just traded for the Vikings pick.
Oh, Panthers are up. So
the Vikings have zero desire to draft Jonah Coleman there.
so you're taking Lemon, Bob.
Yeah, no. I think I'll take Price too. I end up drafting more. Yeah. And with Lemon landing where he did, why it's again stuck in my Philadelphia. Like I don't know that he surpasses Smith right away. But he could. You know what I mean? Like I don't know that he doesn't seem like wide receiver one material to me.
See,
and Smitty.
Yep. No, that's exactly why
Smitty.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm going to go Price too, Bob. Because like I like Lemon.
Yeah.
I just think that in that offense, the way it is, I would trust Devonta Smith more, and he still struggles to get the ball sometimes from Jalen Hurts. I just think that Lemon's the more preordained wide receiver too there. So yeah, I'll just take a high swing on Price. I'm with you on that. I don't know how Logan feels here. The Panthers are picking, but Logan, you like Lemon or Price?
Honestly, I'll take Price over Lemon for the same things we kind of talked about already. But I still stand with, in all of my drafts, there's only 4 offensive guys I'm taking in the first round, and the rest of it's going to be defense. Considering
speaking of defense, and everyone agrees it's a Price clean sweep, Ballsville. Lee Hunter goes to the Carolina Panthers, the big defensive tackle. What do you think, Bob? I see that look of disdain there on your face.
I'm like, Lee Hunter, where do these people come from? I'm just kidding. Like, I remember hearing the name briefly, but real quick, and I'll look up Hunter here in a second. I do need to give Avion Terrell slight apology. I was screwing up. His 40 time was okay. It was his vertical and burst that were crap, and he's just small. He's 5'11", and he weighs 186 pounds. And then on top of that, he only had a 34-inch vert, and he had a 120-inch broad jump. So he's not very explosive, and he's not tall or big. So that's where I was getting screwed up. So this player comparisons has him as Jalen Petre, which I'm kind of surprised there. That's like the plus, and then Cam Smith and Enos Rakestraw, which neither one of those guys I don't think made it very far in the NFL. Hunter, obviously what's his first name?
Lee
Hunter. Yeah. Okay.
Texas Tech, defensive tech.
Yeah, big guy out of Texas Tech for sure. 6'4", 318 pounds. He's not extremely explosive, so more than likely
run stopper. That's a run stopper.
Yeah,
again,
the run stuffer.
It's amazing though, Bob.
Yeah. So again, good.
I'm going to let you finish, but I want to get your thought on this because it's just hitting me. We've seen, the Saints do this. It seems like this division's hell bent on trying to stop the run by the look of it.
Yeah, that's actually, pretty intuitive of you, like, to see that, because, like, I'm just looking at the players, and obviously you can tell by how many times I've asked the question about which team these players went to that I have a hard time remembering. But yeah, they're very hell bent on trying to stop the run. Which, if you got Bijan in your division, and you've got Chuba Hubbard in your division, and you've got I don't want to say Kamara because he's about washed, but ETN's in your division. Yeah.
Bucky.
Yeah. All those teams. Yeah. Well, I'm so out on Bucky. But that is what it is. I don't have any Bucky to begin with. He was just way too small for me. And what ends up happening is he gets hurt because he's not big. So whatever. I don't want to say I'm right or victory lap, but I just wasn't a fan. But yeah, you're not wrong. All these teams are trying to have a run stuffer, and it really depends on what systems they're playing, right? If they're playing more 3-4s, which I probably ought to look at that, then I can understand them going for those run stuffer types if they're going to have the outside pass rush be stand-up guys.
Interesting. Yeah, definitely take a look, Bob. See, because that NFC North, it's NFC South seems to be trending that way for sure. And I know they gave up a lot of rushing yards last year. So let me just ask, Logan, is there one player on the board that you're a little bit surprised about that's still there? Someone there you like that you think that's going to get picked soon?
I'm a little surprised with some of these teams that need another slot guy. That Elijah Surratt's kind of still on the board, but that's more of a homegrown thing for me. I honestly kind of expected Vegas to take him at their pick at the top of this round instead of Stooks, but I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to the third to them. Gives Mendoza a quality receiver that he already has some type of rapport with.
Right, that's not a bad idea either, right? Make them a little bit comfortable, have someone there. I don't think that's a terrible idea by any means. Even just to have a teammate there, I think would help. What do you think, Wiz? Anyone there that you're surprised about? Anyone you want to see go off the board soon? Any surprises for you?
What was your question? You're cutting in and out for me.
No, you're fine. I just said anyone there that's still there that you're surprised about? Anyone you think is going to go soon that you love?
Surprised about? Not really. I think most surprised thing is kind of like how a lot of these wide receivers come off the board and kind of where they've landed so far. Eventually we're gonna have to see this running back, and I feel like once it starts, it's gonna just go boom, 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 boom. A bunch of people are gonna be trading in and out to get these running backs that they want.
Round 3.
Bob says round 3 first. Bob says round 3 for running backs, Wiz.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I really think the Vikings could take 1 year. I think Vikings would be the first one to take one, and then followed up by
The Jet-
so what?
Homegrown guy.
There you go,
D'Angelo Bonds with the Indiana.
Yep, to the Jets.
Yeah, he's tough as nails, dude, but he is very small.
5'9",
can
like
still guard the outside, and really didn't have a lot of trouble against bigger targets in games that he played. So that you can see there on the board, plays bigger than his size. Comps to Aaron Glenn, go figure, right? That's who drafts him. So a very good football player. So I can't deny this, but it's, yeah, you can see from the things he likes to hit. He's very motor player, and he plays well above his size.
Yeah, well, you know, like you said, Aaron Glenn, honest to God, that's the first thing that come into my mind, Bob. You've seen him play. So did I. Like, I thought about that right away. I thought, man, you know, kind of a fitting pick. Aaron Glenn wasn't the biggest guy either. And, you know, you see something in him. And, you know, we always talk about the fight in someone, the dog in him. I mean, he definitely could have it. But we have Fantasy Finals VIP. Boys, how are you doing, Fantasy Finals? I hope you're doing good tonight, and happy to have you with us here. How about it, fellas? A good friend of ours.
Yeah, glad to have you in Fantasy Finals for sure.
Picks
anybody got any questions?
Picks in Minnesota here, Bob, but we'll wait. Yeah, anyone that wants to talk players, questions, teams, you drop it in there, and we'll.
So, TJ, real quick, according to our lads, everybody in NFC South plays a 3-4.
Oh, okay. There you have it. So it's important to get that nose in the 3-4. That's everything to a 3-4 defense.
Those big bodies slow down because they get fat and tired, and they got to bring somebody in to back them up. So, yeah, I can understand that we got Christian Miller and Lee Hunter, all these guys that aren't bringing a whole lot of pressure on the quarterback, but at least absorbing blocks.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, I got to see it with the Steelers for a long time. Casey Hampton was one of the most unsung heroes of them great Super Bowl teams for the Steelers. Did all the dirty work. That's what the nose does. But Minnesota, could Wiz get his wish and it be Jonah Coleman? Could something help freshen up this draft a little bit, Wiz is thinking, right? Because it's been even worse than what Big Culture Bob has said.
And it just hurts a lot of these draft pick values too, because especially if running backs don't start going off the board here. Like round 2 draft capital is really good for running backs, right? Round 3's but
I like that pick for Minnesota.
Jake Goldie from
from
Cincinnati.
Yeah, he's one of the what? Somebody locked up.
What?
Okay, something happened there. I was like, seemed like it all froze up.
well, that's not who I told the Vikings to draft. I think they're.
I'm telling you, man,
I can fire it again.
I'm not Nostradamus, but there's some smarts up here. I don't know where they're at. They fish around. Sometimes they filter out the mouth. Not always, but like legitimately, I just don't think that there's not running back talent enough in this draft for people to go crazy. You know, second round picks, you know, these guys got a little bit more value to an NFL team than just throwaway RBs.
So we have Fantasy Finals, 12 teams, best ball, start 12-2, I think is what it is. I don't know. You have a question, Fantasy Finals, anything you want to talk about in as far as fantasy goes, or what kind of league?
We're with you now, Fantasy Finals. Just post a question.
Yeah, definitely with you. We love chatting with everybody.
Dak Brewer posted a question in the Discord. He said, "So Jerry Jeudy's dead," and I replied to him. I don't know if you guys have a different take on it. I said he's been dead. Do you guys have anything else to add to that?
You should have sold in 2024 after 2024. I mean,
if he
that's
could
really
dry
what it
his
was.
hands better. If he could dry his
Is he dead, or is he just visiting Ruggs in prison?
He could be.
He's kind of been in prison anyway, right? He's in Cleveland.
That's true. Football jail.
kind of the same
If he
thing.
could figure out how to catch a ball, we'd talk better about Jerry.
Now, let's not be so hard on Jerry Jeudy. He's got to have somebody throw him the ball. He does have all-pro Shadur Sanders throwing the ball, which, by the way, is the stupidest thing I've heard of in my life. I can't even believe I let it roll out of my
Cleveland
mouth.
Browns had two Pro
could
Bowl
be all-
quarterbacks. One of them was Joe Flacco, and the other one was Shadur Sanders. So let's just get that out the way.
They'd have been better off sticking with Flacco. That's crazy.
The Pro Bowl. What a travesty what happened to the Pro Bowl.
Let's not forget Tyra Huntley was on that team for a short period of time, and he made it to the Pro Bowl as well.
Yeah. Well, we got Green Bay.
tried to-
Green Bay's on the clock here. This is their first pick, isn't it, of the whole draft? They traded their first for Parson, and now they got their first pick of this draft. Be interesting.
I think you're
Be
right.
interesting to see who they kind of gravitate towards. We talked about a running back handcuff for them. I'm like you. I doubt it'll be this round. I mean, they could use some defense, but like you said, Bob, they kind of whiff on some of these edges. Like Van Ness isn't the worst player. You know, Gary ain't the worst player, but they sure ain't the best.
But then Micah Parsons.
Yeah, they traded for him, and then that worked out, and then he got torn ACL, and everyone made fun of Jerry.
Feels like to me, this feels like a wide receiver pick coming in for the Packers, and it's just because they like to draft, made away all their surplus of wide receivers.
So you're saying they're going to?
I bet $5 whole right now that it's not a wide receiver.
So you're saying Wiz are going to log jam it again after everyone has hope?
Well, it's just who else is left that'd be worth a second round pick right now? Like Chris Bell on PFF is the highest rated one left. And then it goes Chris Brazzell, the second for Tennessee, and the Skyler Bell, and the Bryce Lance, Antonio Williams. Like nothing that gets
that
you
is
excited.
one
They
thing
can
I haven't
reach.
been able to
They
find.
can reach on Ted Hurst, but
best available. That's what
Brian
I've been looking
Hillman
for.
Listen, we like Jaden Reed. This is a very pro Jaden Reed podcast and Matthew Golden podcast. It's just they like to draft wide receivers. It's the same with the Niners. They like to draft running backs. It just a circle of life. You have to accept it.
Tell him, Brian, they can re-sign Jaden Reed. That's my dream now. Let's just get Jaden Reed and Golden have more of the focal point. Watson will probably get hurt, unfortunately. So let's just go ahead and roll with Reed and Golden and see what happens. I'm like you. Don't put the kibosh on this. You don't get the kibosh on.
I don't know it yet, but I have a feeling it's going to be C.J. Allen.
Can be who?
Yeah, it could be a Green Bay-ish type
No,
pick.
I
can see.
It's not CJ.
No, they got Harper and Hopper and the other guy.
They took
crap.
a corner.
What is his name? Cooper. Oh, so it's corner. That makes sense. Jermon McCoy. Did they take McCoy?
No.
Oh, man, that's a shot.
Falling.
He is
They took
falling
Brandon
bad.
Sizzy from South Carolina.
Yep. Fast, twitchy cover corner. Primarily lined up outside at South Carolina. I'm just reading this blurb that's on ESPN.
It says here can lack physicality at times, but is exposed to the twitch, gives him the tools to develop into a starting NFL cornerback.
Yeah, I got no doubt in my mind. They can develop. The Packers and the Rams and not the Rams. They made the trade. Chiefs, which is really what shocked me about them taking Mansour Delane or whatever in the first round, because they're really good about developing. I think this might be our question.
Yeah, right here. Had a guy trying to sell me CD in 12-team best ball, start 12, a two tight end, 0.15 point per catch, half point PPR.
Carry.
Yeah. So half point wide receiver PPR, one tight end premium team is May, Herbs, A-Rod, Hendo, Hall, Javonte, Rashad White, Christian Rodriguez, backups Ladd, Waddle, Adams, Jennings, Wicks, and AD. So
okay,
what? So let me ask this. So he's trying to sell CD to you, fantasy final.
He's got Bauer, Strange, Chig, and Theo.
Right.
That's lower there in the chat.
Yeah. So what kind of price is he asking for CD Lamb fantasy finals? Is it what do you have any? Okay, right here. We have 27 mid first, 28 first, 28 second Wicks in Rashad White. Would you take CD Lamb for that? Is that too much, Bob? I think it's too much. I love CD Lamb, but I think
it feels deep, but
it's an even year in Dallas.
Yeah, that spooks the crap.
What I would do fantasy finals, right? Maybe reach out to him, see if he has interest in Waddle. I would pay a 27 first in Waddle for CD Lamb. And
Yeah,
throw
well,
in Wicks if you really want.
I wouldn't even mind doing Waddle. I wouldn't even mind doing Waddle the 28 first and the 28 second,
That's what I was
and Wicks if he really wants that.
I think Waddle and the 228 pick should do the deal.
I think it's more than fair, no doubt, right? I have to tend to agree with that. I think that's fair, and I would do that. But yeah, I think you're right, fantasy finals. Go with your gut. That deal as it is now is just a little too much. I just don't think
I'm going to bet that he's not going to take it, though. So unless you feel like you have to have CD, don't pay that price.
Yeah, and it's hard, right? Because George Pickens is there another year. I just think it could be a horrible year. I look at CD Lamb like being like how it is with him. It goes up and down. I think he could be another great buy low potentially after this season, right? Like you can get him for maybe lower prices. So maybe try that. Pat McAfee's out for the Colts. We should have knew in Pittsburgh, that he would be there.
CJ Allen to the Colts. That's they needed that linebacker.
Just didn't want to give up so much depth. And yeah, no doubt and finals. And honestly, I think you're doing the right thing, and it's hard because CD is a great player. I just don't trust Dallas this year again. And we've seen Lamb kind of struggle to be truly, truly dominant with Pickens there. So I'm not saying he still ain't the better player because I think he is. It's just we didn't see true dominance. And we have Brian saying, Cisse was one of my favorite prospects at cornerback, needs coaching. Oh, he could get it. He could get it there. Okay, thanks. No problem. Thank you, Fantasy Finals. We always love those questions. It's interesting, too, to see what some of these players are going price-wise for, what people expect to get out there in the community. So we love when people share that stuff with us. And CJ Allen off the board, Logan. You excited to Indy here?
I like Georgia prospects to begin with, especially on the defense. But I think this is easily the best landing spot for him, considering who all's passed on him already. They don't have Zaire Franklin, and that was really the only notable linebacker they had there, and they traded him away. So this is a good.
It is a extremely empty linebacker room. Sorry.
No, you're good. But he's going to have the keys. He's coming in with the keys. There's no one to be ahead of him at this moment, unless they sign some random guy out of free agency to kind of.
I think I cannot ever remember how to pronounce his name, but it's like Curlis or however you pronounce his name. It's not Trinidad Carolus, but it's legitimately almost the same last name. And he's not somebody that you're going to want to be excited about, even in very cheap IDP. Hopeful.
Oh, my bad. They got him, and then they got Akeem Davis-Gaither, which as a Bengals fan is not a good linebacking room.
Right. Oh,
the Eagles.
I hate that.
I don't like this pick for the Eagles.
Man, I hate that. I wanted Stowers to go to Denver, man. What are you doing, Denver? Peyton, get your head out of your ass. Like,
so yeah, but then again, is the tight end position really valuable in Denver? Right, we saw Evan Ingram go there and die.
Yeah, but Evan Ingram was 100 years old.
Yeah, we saw one good year out of Greg Dulcich, and then he died.
But is he any good?
What does this mean for Dallas Goedert too? Right, because he had a little bit of a resurgence last year, and I'm not saying I love Dallas Goedert, but it's interesting because. People that had him probably thought oh, okay, good. Maybe he's coming back along a little bit. And now Eagles go and pull a move like this. Kind of intriguing as far as Dallas Goedert shares go, Bob.
Yeah, I'm Stowers, and you know that I was high on Stowers. So it's a plus and a kick in the nuts, right? Because we know that they'll use the tight end, and maybe they do more if they trade AJ Brown because the two targets they have are not big guys, right? You got Devontae Smith and you got Lemon. It's not like either one of those guys are huge,
Right.
So Stowers might end up I legitimately talked about this yesterday. The league's going to more 12 personnel. Maybe we're going to see Goddard and Stowers on the field a lot.
Hey,
Oh,
real
we
quick,
have a trade.
Chargers
It could-
pick, yep, for New England.
New England and who? The Jaguars?
It just says New England for
Chargers.
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 Yeah.
Yep.
And the picks
So-
already.
Did I trade?
So we have fantasy finals. I did trade George Pick.
Is that George
Yeah,
Pickens?
yeah, Nico in a late
All right,
27th.
so I was gonna say I text Dynasty Dog Mike, shout out Dynasty Dog Mike, to get his take on the Stowers pick. He said he can't block worth a dick, but bombs away, I guess. So
Yeah, it sounds about right. So
And that's really going to suck considering you got a running back playing quarterback.
on a Wildcat.
So
Yes.
we have fantasy finals traded George Pickens, Nico in a late 27 first for Bijan in a similar league a few weeks ago, though. I don't know. I mean, that's definitely a guy that can put you over the top. No doubt about it. If you need a contending running back spot, Bijan Robinson is a guy that can do it for you. And we have Chris.
That's a high price, though, Dynasty or Fantasy Finals. That's a high price for me. Now, I mean, I guess it depends on how low you are on George Pickens and how low. Well, I mean, because I guess they're probably both sell low wide receivers.
Yeah.
Because they kind of got some stink on them. But man, that's still two. Let's just say top 15-ish wide receivers.
Yeah, and it depends, right? Position of need and, getting Bijan. I mean, if you have the need for a running back, it's going to cost you, no doubt about it, but it could put you over the top. Chris has Stowers to Eagles. Wow, that was a little bit of a shock. And Fantasy Finals says Eagles offense ready to roll. I mean, yeah, they definitely are trying to add pieces to that room, no doubt about it. They need to after A.J. Brown. And, my question is I know it's going to be post-June 1, but I mean, what is New England even going to have to pay for A.J. Brown?
They shouldn't pay a lot, man. He's got them by the balls, the Eagles by the balls. He does not want to play for them. So legitimately, sorry, I'm looking at his comment, but legitimately, I don't know. I mean, hopefully they don't have to give up a lot because if the Eagles are oh, you're going to give us 27 first, I'm going to be you know what? Turn around, go back to Philadelphia, and enjoy that knucklehead in your room and see how long that lasts. I just don't. I wouldn't give up more than a second for him.
Right. Well,
If I was New England. And I mean, obviously you still need the talent. Hopefully New England here takes, which I don't even know what wide receivers available, but it can't hurt for him to grab another weapon. I would have loved to have seen Stowers fall here, honestly.
Surratt seems like a New England type of pick.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not a big Surratt guy.
Well, it just seems like a guy they would pick. You know what I mean? It screams a New England type of guy. I mean, I doubt they would move up for somebody like that, but it wouldn't totally shock me if he ended up there. That's all I'm saying. But we'll see. And then Wiz has got the Bears coming on the clock here soon. He perked up when I said that. Couple picks. Chicago will be up, or should I say the Gary Bears? Bob's home state of Indiana getting a new football team. Maybe a team he can maybe begin to cheer for that's in his home state.
I can't root for quarterbacks that throw sub 60%.
He'll root for the Colts before he chooses the Bears.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I don't know.
You know what's bad about it is and then this will sound really terrible, but it's hard to root for teams that uniforms look like garbage.
Well,
I just don't like the Bears and the Colts garbage. I don't like either one of their uniform schemes. It's bad. It's just that dark crap blue with a little bit of orange on it, and then it's the the blue with white. Like,
Okay.
it's so lame.
I will admit the Colts standard uniforms are lame, but that midnight uniform they have, that's the all black with the blue, is sweet.
Yeah, but if it's like if you see it once a year, is that any fun?
No.
Like,
It's like the white tiger that the Bengals have. It's such a clean uniform, but we see.
I would love to root for the Falcons because I really think their uniforms are nice, but Arthur Blank is an absolute douche, and I cannot possibly do that.
You cannot stomach Arthur.
I cannot stand
Gabe
Arthur Blank.
Jackus.
All right.
Oh, pass rusher. I forget what school he's from. I got it right here. Illinois. Older dude, come out as a senior. Is it JACAS?
Yeah.
I just had it up here.
JACAS.
Yeah, here we go. Let's look at some measurables and such.
TJ,
Yeah, well,
He's not.
I am going to ask that any
Go ahead.
Indiana players that get drafted, go ahead and just relay all information from me. I watched every game the past couple years, so I have the knowledge.
All right. Sounds good. I'll definitely turn to you on that. Jacksonville, Chicago. We're getting close. We're getting close to the end of the second round here. See what's we got going on with some of these guys. Chicago has 2 picks, Wiz. They got 2 in the second round here, back to back almost. It's real close. Couple picks apart.
Did they
Interesting.
trade up
Yeah.
here? Did they trade up here, or is this from their trade
this
back?
is the DJ Moore. This is from the DJ Moore trade.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. So they got the goods from Buffalo here.
That's
Which
right.
I mean, I think give Chicago credit. I mean, I think that was a good trade for them again. I mean, they got a good return on an asset like DJ Moore. A second ain't bad at all.
I mean, depends on what they do with it here.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So, what do you think, Bob?
Reading up on
playing
Jackets, dude. This guy.
Travis Hunter
Go
playing
ahead.
corner. Bob? Travis Hunter playing corner this
Yes.
year.
Yeah, he's a cornerback. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, I legitimately listened to our Start Your Studs guys from. I listened to their last 2 podcasts, and the one dude made a trade for, and he's basically like, oh, I'm a rebuilding team that can roll the dice on having Travis Hunter in my line, and and I'm
Okay.
like, what? No, go ahead. How about now?
I was
Gil?
gonna say we have a fantasy relevant, a guy getting drafted here by the Jaguars, or possibly relevant here. Nate Broken Bo Kirchner,
Broker chief.
tight end out of Texas A&M.
Okay.
What
A
a
tight
dude.
end. What do you think, Bob? A tight end for Jack. What a good pick, huh?
Probably a blocker because
He is a tremendous run blocker. That's his pros in year.
This
So,
is the 2026 version of Luke Schoonmaker.
this is he's a 6-year senior, so
yeah. So
he's the oldest
and
prospect in the class.
and generally, when you're looking at tight ends, you want productive, athletic tight ends. And Brombecker, or however you pronounce his name, I don't believe is showing up on any list of athletic or productive tight end. So,
Time. Jonathan Grenard just got traded to the Eagles for a 26 and 27 third-round pick.
26 and 27 third-round pick. Wow, Grenard, that's actually heard a podcast today talking about that was probably a move that was on the board.
I hate to cut you off, but that's kind of decent news.
No, that's big news. Grenard going to Philadelphia is what Howie Roseman does, right? So, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, they're trying to open their window up the back as much as they can. Philly. They're trying to do whatever they can to remain one of the top teams. But yeah, I mean, no doubt that is a trade that they definitely would make. It makes sense.
I think they should start Tanner McKee.
Ooh, Bob over Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
He's a passer. That dude's a thrower of the football. Jalen Hurts is he's not inadequate, right? But he's very much a bowling ball playing quarterback. He just, I don't know.
Double down on that. Him and the Eagles also reached an agreement on a 4-year, $100 million extension, which includes $50 million guaranteed. So he's in Philly for at least the next probably 4 or 5 years. I don't know what his contract's at right
Probably
now.
at least 3, but
Well, and I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, that was going to be part of it. Like, you had to sign him if you were going to trade for him. And, give the Eagles credit to, they don't play around with that kind of stuff. I mean, we see some of these other teams like, Jerry, taking their time, putting George Pickens on the franchise tag. What do you think about that, Bob? You seen that he actually signed the franchise tag, George Pickens. That surprised me.
so like you said, Jerry's heart's in the right place. He's just stupid. I have a hard time trying to figure out how he made all his money. I mean, I know it was like in the oil business, it's blah, blah, blah. He must just go in there and sweet talk the piss out of somebody until they bail on whatever shenanigans he's laying down. I was like, okay, Jerry, we'll buy it. Whatever it is. I just don't understand his business. His business runnings in the NFL are wild. Just wild. Like, and he's got to be. It's like, okay, look, you're a good football player. Like, let's, I'm going to franchise tag because we want you to stick around, but we don't want to re-sign you. And guess what? Here's a good idea. What we'll do is we'll put you on that franchise tag and we'll pay you more later. Yeah,
that is true. But let me just say, Wiz, your Bears are on the clock. Anyone in particular you'd like to see in Gary, Indiana?
Was this a question for me or Bob? You cut out. Oh, for me.
He did say
Gary,
Wiz.
I didn't hear that part. I just heard your Bears from Gary, Indiana. So I was like, oh, that's for Bob. Honestly, here, I mean, I don't with the board state right now. I mean, obviously, offensive line could be good, and just defense of the ball. Like, the defense is like were a big part at the Bears. Like, it was feast or famine. They got turnovers last year and they won the game, or they did not get any turnovers and they lost the game. Right, that was a big part. Yeah. So either one of those things there, I don't think they really need skill position players here. I don't think it would be super surprising if they went running back here. If Ben Johnson one of these running backs a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I know it's not much insight, but I mean, they definitely need a center, but I just don't know if there's a good center here for them to take.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, but have we seen an offensive lineman really go? I mean, if any, maybe one since the start of the second round.
They got gobbled up the first round, dog. There was like 9 offensive linemen taken in the first round. Now there's a couple, but yeah, it's
that had to warm your heart though, Bob, seeing 9 offensive linemen go in the
eating
first
their
round.
vegetables, man. I told my wife to make the sign. I'm like, and she's like, what do you mean by eating your vegetables? I'm like, it's teams that need to just absorb, eat the vegetables, get the good stuff. Like, that's what you need. I hate vegetables, but she knows what I'm talking about. I was looking to see if there's somebody that like I thought would stick out for this team after looking at their roster, and I don't know, like Paragon still or Pergeron or Pregnon, however you pronounce his last name.
Yeah, how do you say
he's still available, but I don't know if he's a center or if he can play center. He's an interior offensive lineman, so it's like I kind of get it, but can he take snaps?
Well, here we go. The Bears are up. We're going to see who it is, and I think secondary could be more of a help for them too. Like, I don't think in their situation anyone from the secondary would be a bad thing, right? I mean, add more help there. I think that they could use.
I mean, McCoy could be interesting. Just to have a guy sit on the bench and wait, but.
Right.
Center.
We'll see. Oh, Wiz. You called it. You
Logan Jones, center out of Iowa.
I seen Logan Jones,
There
but
you
I didn't
go.
realize that he was center. But that's okay. That's good. They clearly needed to with Dahlman. Was it Dahlman that were just up and retired on him?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
You
then
know,
they traded for the one from New England, which granted, who knows if he's gonna be good or not. I can't remember. The negatives about Logan Jones is that he has short arm length.
Oh, but it doesn't matter as a center as much as it does tackle. And
Yeah,
let me tell you,
not even
right,
remotely.
let me tell you what's really good about this guy. He is a road grader, man. I watch a lot of Big Ten football too. And this guy is, I'm telling you, this was a good pick by Chicago. I didn't even really realize that he was on the board until his name got called out. But man, this guy is a pile mover. And this is exactly what Chicago needed again. And, you know, Bob, you got to give the devil their due. It seems like they are definitely trying to fill the holes they need to fill.
Yeah,
And we're
I
the
mean,
Cleveland
this is what Ben Johnson does for the Chicago Bears. He tells them, I hope that he's got polls on the phone, be like, look, don't make stupid picks. We need to beef this offensive line up so, you know, Super Caleb doesn't have to come out as often, and, you know, he can just deliver the ball. I don't know if their second round pick or whatever last year, Ozzy Trapalo or however you pronounce his name, they could probably move Garrett Bradbury to left guard, put Jones in at center, and fantasy finals. You're not wrong. Veggies do suck, but the NFL veggies are needed. You got to have a good offensive line, a good defensive line. But legitimately, they could move, and I don't know if that guy's their left tackle of their future. So they could easily put Tooney out there at left tackle, put Bradbury in at left guard, and put Jones in at center. What you got here is you got an ability to rotate, and find the five guys that mesh the best together. And this is what the Chicago Bears hadn't done for a long time. Ben Johnson gets there. They bring in three guys right off the bat. I was really surprised that, you know, they didn't go for tackles, even though, you know, I can't remember who was the left tackle before Wiz. It wasn't Darnell Wright. Who was the left tackle before last year?
It was the Bears' old offensive tackle before last season. You remember, Wiz?
You're muted.
You're muted again.
I mean, Darnell Wright was the tackle there.
He was the right tackle.
New one. After that, I'll look it up.
All right,
definitely.
Real quick,
Okay.
Cleveland traded into 59 and drafted Warner.
Joe Tooney, Braxton Jones, Jonah Jackson, and Drew Dahlman was the offensive line last year.
Well, that
Well,
was
Bob
the other
the
tackle.
Jackson
Tackle was
line.
Braxton Jones.
Yeah,
Jones.
Braxton Jones. Yeah,
That's it, Braxton Jones. Yeah. He allowed the most pressures or whatever from left tackle position, and I was like, what? Like of all the places you didn't replace, the one that allowed the most pressure or whatever. So this is good.
It's a good. I like what you said too about Bob about rotating for the Bears. That is a big deal if someone gets down with an injury. You know, that really helps when you have the ability to do that. Now the Texans are on the clock. And I'll just say for our fantasy football, dynasty fantasy friends out there, everyone listening, all of us, I mean, look, this is a bad draft. We talked about it. I think that what you're going to hope for now is this third round, as Bob said, these running backs, do they find the good landing spot? Right? I mean, could maybe some of these guys hit a landing spot that could help them? And maybe you could get some of these guys in the second round and can kind of redeem you a little bit. Go ahead.
Titans just moved to the Bears spot, pick 60.
Bears move back. All right.
Man, these blocking tight ends getting drafted. What a bunch of hooey. We're not even getting good fantasy relevant tight end picks.
Well,
I can
I'll
tell you right now, there's a lot of those what's the word I'm looking for? Like boom or bust, like wide receivers left available. So like if you're a team that, you know, if your team is in need of like a 3 or a 4 guy, that you might find it here in the third round. Ted Hurst was really well thought of. Everybody was liking the Bell kid. Why can't I think of his first name now? Chris Bell.
Chris Bell.
And then there was another Bell in there, Skylar Bell or whatever. I'm not as big of a fan of his, but I just remember there were two
From
guys
UConn?
that were Bells. Yeah.
Or something. Yeah, Skyler Bell.
Yeah. And then Deion Burks, Malachi Fields is still out there. Antonio Williams, not to mention all of the running backs. But TJ's not wrong here. This was a draft that, how many times did I say it, TJ? Like 7,500,000, like, more than the national debt, I think. I legitimately just trade out of this draft, trade out of the draft. It's, and it's, if we get a guy, if we get lucky, we'll get a, a Puka Nakua, or I mean, like, I'm going to be honest with you. I think if we get lucky, we'll get like a half a Puka, or a half of Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Or at best, a Jalen Coker, a guy that just kind of blew up out of nowhere.
Possibly.
But that's the thing though. Like in any draft though, you're going to have that. There could always be a diamond in the coal pile, right? But like it's just like throwing a dart to see if it sticks. But like you said, Bob, I mean, it was a badly advertised draft. And it's gotten worse, especially from 1-8 to 112. It's really bad now, right? Like it could be worse than bad. I mean, when you see some of these landing spots. So again, like I said, I'm looking at these running backs, Jonah Coleman, Emmett Johnson, some of these other guys. Like, where do they go? How high do they go? What teams do they go to?
And the Rams just moved up to the 61st overall pick.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what we ought to do? And this is totally on the fly. Maybe we ought to, maybe we can get Logan or somebody to write it down, but maybe we ought to just do like a round table rookie draft to, super flex, and just be like, who would we take? 1, 2, 3, 4, and go through, a round and see, like, because I guarantee that when we get to 6, we're going to want to throw up,
Yeah, no doubt about it. So we have Brian asking, who are you guys' favorite teams? I'm a Steelers fan, Brian. I'm a homer. We got Logan, who's a Cincinnati Bengals fan. We got Wiz up in the top right-hand corner, who is a Baltimore Ravens fan. Why I do shows with them, I don't know. I mean, it's unbelievable. I get along with my division. And then we have Big Culture Bob down here, who's an absolute mercenary who does not support one team. He wears all kinds of different gear. But he don't cheer for one team.
If you could see behind my head, and because I got my camera on inverse, like that is a Pittsburgh Steelers hat, a Baltimore Ravens hat, a Bengals hat, a Seattle hat, a Carolina Panthers hat, a Kansas City Chiefs hat, a Vikings, another Seattle, and then 2 more Ravens. I have more Ravens and Seattle than I have anything else because my I like the colors better.
Because you wear a lot of purple. Yeah, it matches more with the outfits.
I mean, when I dye my hair on the weekends, it matches my stuff.
Yeah, but it doesn't match that bright pink bag in the back of the
That's right, my hot pink bag in the back of my trash truck. If you catch my videos, I got a hot pink Duck Dynasty bag. So it's kind of like feminine manly. I don't know how you call that, but it's more or less like I think we got it for like I think we got it for like $1 or whatever at the Worldwide Missions because I needed to be able to store crap in my truck, and I didn't find the canvas bags on Amazon first. But whatever, I don't care. I'm secure in my manhood.
Fantasy Final says Rams could grab one of these wide receivers. Thankfully, I did trade all my 26 picks on contenders. Great job, Fantasy Finals. And we have Brian saying, man, that's sketchy.
Which part? I mean, what's sketchy?
You know what I think? I think Bob takes his trash truck into Chicago and he goes and gets his fingernails done with Caleb. That's what he does. And that's why he acts like he doesn't like they get their nails painted together.
I'm just sitting there. I'm like looking at him and I'm like, bro, 58%, really? Like, come on, girl. Why don't you do it better?
Draft info. Anthony Hill Jr., linebacker at Texas, goes to the Tennessee Titans.
Okay.
It's a good pick for them.
Okay, so the Rams took Max Clare out of the Ohio State, a guy that's not really a blocking tight end.
The tight end. Okay. Dang, you
12
are
personnel.
so far
He's
ahead.
more of a receiving tight end. So that kind of hurts Terrence Ferguson, or Terrence.
I don't think it
Terrence
hurts
Ferguson.
hurt
They still have
Ferguson as
Tyler
much as it
Higbee.
hurt the other dude. Who's the Higbee? That's
Higbee.
it. They probably
And
don't have much
Colby
longer left to
Parkinson
Higbee.
is still on that team. I think.
Dude, does McVay love his tight ends? Boy, he must be an ass smacker in the old locker room, just running around like, bam, take that,
Hey,
Terrence.
the only one who's got him beat is Vrabel.
Yeah, that's true. That's facts.
How many does Vrabel got?
That was a Diana Rossini joke that went over your head.
Yeah.
Because he's smacking ass. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, whatever.
I'll leave him to his own devices at this point.
So Bob, Denver,
Yeah, we'll just
Denver,
Go
is there
Bob.
is there a tight end you still want Denver to get? Because they're all kind of going off. Either they're blocking or
Okay, so yeah, like Roush is not bad out of Stanford. Trying to think as I scroll down here because it's all got to be coming out of my head. What are you smacking your hands for? Oscar Delp is not a bad. What?
The greatest YouTube mixtape of all times for college highlights announced the Rams pick and Tavon Austin.
Oh, whatever. Delp is going to be I think he'll be a serviceable tight end in the league. Sam Roush, I already talked about him. Yeah, I think we're really running thin. You know, TJ, you're not wrong.
yeah, it's starting to run out. But we have fantasy finals saying Packers here. Packers fan, what are some of your go-to team names for your dynasty teams, and what are some of your best names you've seen in your leagues? So, Bob, I know you play in a lot of them. Logan plays in a lot. Any good names that you go with or you've seen for some team names?
Broncos traded their pick real quick.
Oh my gosh, that is not
To
what we're talking
Buffalo.
about.
Sorry, it's draft info. We're a draft
No,
show,
that's
aren't
fun.
we?
That's fun. I get it. So, I play in a lot of themed leagues. So, a lot of those are not going to be like stellar team names because they're themed, right? Like I got a Marvel themed league that like my guy is my character is oh my gosh, Ghost Rider or whatever. So like that, it's not that important, you know. We got a minor league. I use a lot of minor league baseball teams because they have some of the coolest logos, and I tend
cool
to grab
team
them.
names.
And cool team names. He's not wrong. Rocket City Trash Pandas is one of my favorites because I'm a trash guy, and the Trash Pandas, it just works out. I actually got a Rocket City Trash Pandas hat. I'll dig that out here in a minute. It's a pretty cool hat. But then one guy had turned me on to his team name is First Down Syndrome. So I got like check down syndrome, touchdown syndrome. So I got a few of those. Not that, you know, I'm not it's a disability. I'm not trying to make fun. It's neat.
I love when people get creative with the players, though. You know what I mean? Like the player name.
Those are fun too.
Yeah, like the Dak Street Boys. That one's always been around.
The
My
Dak
two
Street.
favorite- The Dak Street Boys.
Dak Street Boys. Yeah, because he's gay.
So my two favorite team names that I have right now is the Montgomery Biscuits, which is the AA affiliate for I think the Tampa Bay Rays for baseball. And my other one is actually one that Bob runs, and it's WWE themed, and it's John Cena, because if you know the reference, you know the reference. But there was a guy who used to always mispronounce names, and his mispronunciation for John Cena was John Cena. So I just went with that, and I stuck with it, and I love it.
Yeah, that's a lot of good stuff, man. No doubt about it. Brian says, does McVay hate Ferguson? Sad he was one of my favorite tight end rookies last year. I don't know. You know, honestly, we were talking about that. The Rams just have a tight end thing. They always take one, it seems like, every year. And it's definitely odd. I don't know if that means maybe Tyler Higbee's on the bubble. I know he's getting older. Maybe they just part ways. That could be entirely possible, but we'll see. I don't think Ferguson's absolutely toast, but it's definitely going to make it more complicated, right? I know like Mason Taylor was another one with their rival Sadiq. You cannot not play Sadiq as a number 1 overall pick over a guy like Mason Taylor. Is that your Trash Pandas hat, Bob?
Yes. Now there was another logo that like it didn't have like the tail. It actually has them in a trash can, but they didn't have a hat for the trash can. So, and then Logan's Montgomery biscuits. My camera's inverted, so I don't know how to point.
Oh yeah. So one of the best parts of the logo is they always use a little square of butter as the tone. So he's got a little square of butter as his tone.
Yeah. It's too hot in here to wear a hat, but that's the Trash Panda logo.
And that's why I think it's fun to have a themed league like that, because we all had the ability to buy some type of gear, not only to like root for that team if we wanted to, but also root for our fantasy football teams without like, everyone being like, oh, what is that? You're just like, oh, it's this team that's just an affiliate for this other team.
Now,
I got my Bass Pro hat here. So
the Bass Pro. Is there a Bass Pro in Alaska?
Yeah, there's two. There's two right outside. Well, one's inside Anchorage. The other one's I guess it's south side Anchorage. So that's the Cabela's though.
So just saw a stat on my screen that the Denver Broncos are the only team who hasn't picked yet.
Oh wow!
They just keep moving back.
Yep, collecting capital, keep moving back. That's a Sean Payton, Bill Belichick-y type thing. They kind of cut from the same jib when it comes to that. But Buffalo's up. Do they take a fantasy relevant player here, Wiz? What do you think?
They take a corner.
They take a corner. Okay.
Ohio State. They took Davison Igumbu.
All right. There you have it. There's Jim Kelly, who lives 15 miles. His hometown's like 15 miles from where I live, so he's big around here with Buffalo, announcing the pick for the Bills.
I don't know if this has. I'm on Tank. The adjusted Denver Broncos picks, but it's like they're at 62, 108, 111, 170, 246, 56, 57, 256, 257.
62 just was traded to the Bills. So that was the pick that just went through.
So, wow. And
then let me look. Let's look at the full.
That's what Cheese said. That's pretty good. I like that.
I'm surprised McCoy's still on the board.
I love that too. Canadian running back Bacon having Chase Brown and Chuba. I love that because I'm a big Chase Brown guy. I'll have to use that on the podcast fantasy finals. I'm going to have to use that now. Look at Bob shaking his head because he knows I will. He knows I'll use that with Chase Brown.
All right. We need to get Mike Anthony into this fantasy league so we can draft. That's the one guy I think we're waiting on.
Oh, the IDP league.
For all of us analysts.
The analysts. Oh, I didn't realize AJ Halsey went already. Oh, hold on a minute. This is just a mock draft. He didn't go. I'm sorry. Scratch that.
Yeah. But
I can't believe Halsey's still out there, though. That's
Chargers might take the guard here from Oregon. He's just been falling down. Does he have an injury or something?
He could have a bad medical. I mean, sometimes that happens. Oh, look at that. That is you notice that the Chargers have not won the AFC West since 2009. Now, that is a long time, especially when the Raiders are in your division, right, Bob?
Yeah.
I think they had those years.
But you still – yeah. Like Logan's onto something. Like you still had Denver and you still had
Kansas City.
I mean, that's just like, oh, when's the last time Miami's won the division or the Jets?
The Jets, it's been a long time.
I bet the Jets are as close. I bet the Jets are as close to their next division championship as they are from their last division championship. They probably got a bigger gap ahead of them, I think.
Well, Bob, if it holds here, and I think it probably will, No running back in the second round. If Price wasn't taken in the first, you would have nailed
I'd have
that.
nailed it.
You would have. Seattle threw that monkey wrench.
Well, I mean,
made
they
sense.
kind of needed it, but I'm kind of like, I just thought it was weird. You know, I'm not gonna.
Don't have them anywhere but cream of some young Manung guy.
Cream of some young
I like
That's good.
that is a good one. People, I love when people get creative. All right, so here come the Chargers, and
I don't see an injury for Paragon. You know, and he played left guard. In all honesty, I bet Seattle'd love to have him too, because that Bradford, I think, was their or Buford or Bradford, whatever that dude's name was. He was Duke-tastic. He was the absolute worst piece of that offensive line for a Super Bowl team. It must be terrible. That's something I wish that.
There you go, Bob. Another center off the board to the Chargers, Jake Slaughter of Florida.
Okay.
I'd never heard of him, but again, you know, SEC played in a good conference. So
And Harbaugh,
they just signed. They just brought Biotish in. That's a weird move to me, but I guess having a backup guy.
As much as their offensive line gets hurt, it probably ain't bad to have another guy.
The irony of that is, TJ, is I'm looking at their offensive line. They've got Slater and really no one to back him up.
Right.
Okay. They got Alt and they got Pipkins. So basically they got one swing tackle for two guys that are coming off of relatively bad injuries. And you draft a center that obviously is probably not going to be able to go out to the tackle spot. And I mean, I know that the guys, the tackles and stuff came off the board fast. So it's like, I kind of get it, but I'm also kind of like, man, there was some other team I was getting ready to look up, and then we started talking about the Chargers because they were on the clock. Who was
You're looking at Seattle, I think, too.
Oh, yeah, maybe Seattle.
Yep. You were looking for the guard end of things.
Yes, Anthony Bradford was absolute dog water. So they could even draft Bergeron Pregnon, if that's how you say his name, which would be a pretty. I mean, he's from Oregon, so that obviously you would think that they'd seen him being up there in the home state, and it's got to be better than Bradford. Bradford was not very good. The rest of Seattle's offensive line was pretty good.
So let me just say to the chat,
man.
let me just say for the chat, everyone chiming in, we appreciate you guys. Thanks for joining us here tonight. And let me just say, you know, if you guys ever want to get into some fantasy leagues, we're going to be running some of them. I know Wiz is talking about maybe starting a couple more leagues where we play with some friends and listeners. We'd love to have you guys because building those relationships, it's always fun. We've met a lot of good people that way. And it's always fun to play with new people. So we're looking forward to that. Maybe we get you guys involved in that if that's something you're interested in. So, Bob, Seattle.
Get in the Discord. Get in the Discord if you're not.
The Discord's awesome for that kind of stuff, no doubt. And it's just a good place to talk football in general and, you know, fantasy and dynasty things in general. But what do you think, Bob, for Seattle, since the running back's already off the board for them? Do you think it could be offensive line here potentially for them? Defense? I know they got pillaged on defense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at their defense. It's funny because they did lose a lot, but they had a pretty decent backfill already. Like we know they lost Kobe Bryant, Boye Mafe. But they still have Leonard Williams. They still got Byron Murphy, and they still got Jaron Reed. So of their 3-4, their 3 down linemen are still there. Now, DeMarcus Lawrence is older, but he's still a wrecker, right? Uchenna Nwosu is still a pretty good pass rusher. Ernest Jones is criminally underrated as far as I'm concerned at linebacker. And then Drake Thomas was an absolute revelation last year. Just it's funny because they got him off waivers from Las Vegas. Go figure. Vegas would let somebody go, and he would be on the Super Bowl team. But this team's built around the strength, I think, of their secondary. Everything up front is okay, but with having Weatherspoon and Imanori and Julian Love, like, yes, they could use a better free safety than Ty Akata, or however you pronounce his name. So I think that they could go that way. But if I was them, I would probably take Pregnon and just laugh my way to the bank. Bud Clark is going to be – he's not the free safety type, though, which kind of surprised me. But they could probably it's a very hybrid – it's a very hybrid backfield. So it'll work. It'll work. I'm not going to – number one, I'm not going to question this Mike McDonald scheme and Rod Schneider, whatever Schneider, however you pronounce, whatever his first name is.
Bud's a baller.
Yeah, you liked him. We were talking about that earlier. So, and just what they showed there. I mean, obviously he's got ball skills. Only FBS player with 3 interceptions in 4 seasons. So maybe he can play a little 21 career pass breakups. That maybe he is a little more free than what I thought. I thought he was more of a banger. But
so Bob, here's a little baseball input I have for you. I know it's the NFL draft, but Ty messaged me and says Paul Skeens has a no-hitter going into the 7th inning right now. So that's live.
You know what? I hope that someone crushes the ball. I'm just kidding. Skeens is a stud. There's no doubt about it.
Arizona's up there. Arizona's up, Bob.
Oh,
your team that took Jeremiah Love. I mean,
you jumped around on me too fast. You got me talking baseball, and then you go, "Oh, hey, Arizona's up." I'm like, "What did the Diamondbacks got to do with Skeens having a no-hitter?" Unless they're playing the Diamondbacks, which I didn't know.
They're playing the Brewers, Bob. They're playing the Brewers. But
yeah, let them smoke the Brewers.
Let them smoke the Brewers.
Yeah, so they are no-hitting the Brewers right now. But we have the Cardinals with the pick. Hopefully another lineman to help Jeremiah Love, help Jacoby Brissett. I mean, hey, for the defense end of things, they could be bad for another year. That's totally okay.
So says the fantasy gods.
I'm currently building a ticker on the fly.
Oh, you're fine, Logan. I appreciate you doing that. That'll be great. We're updating into the 3rd round here. It's hard to believe that, these picks do seem to be going faster. We talked about that.
The clock is 5 minutes.
Yeah, they're definitely winding it down quick. So, Wiz, does your Ravens have a pick in the 3rd round, Wiz?
That's a great question. Yeah, we do. It's pick 80.
Okay. All right, because I couldn't see them on the screen. I didn't know if they were in the – but I know the 3rd you get them compensatory picks or whatever too. So, they get added in. So it kind of makes it for being a little bit longer of a round, and especially towards the back end. So nothing surprises me there. But Arizona, man, we'll see. We'll see what they can do with the new head coach, Mike LaFleur. What do you think about that hire, Wiz? Mike LaFleur with Arizona?
Screw you.
Yeah, it's probably not the best, but I don't know, man. The Cardinals are just not off to a great start. I think it's gonna be a miserable year. But then again, it looks like maybe they're playing for next year anyways. They just want to get a quarterback, and they're like, hey, we'll get a running back. We'll do what the Raiders did because they drafted Gentry. They got 1st overall pick, and they used on a quarterback. So maybe they're just using that template. Which why are you using the Raiders template to rebuild a team? I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the Cardinals. They're fucked. Just make the most questionable, worst picks ever, and they're going to continue doing that.
TJ, how was Siamalu with Pittsburgh? Was he just bad, or
he was very grossly overrated coming from Philadelphia? I mean, I watched him in that playoff game against Houston. One of the worst pancakes I've ever seen from a defender on an offensive lineman. He just got absolutely trucked. And, I mean, it was embarrassing. So, the fact that he left after that, I'm like, he should be ashamed. It was that bad. I'm like, it was terrible. So, I mean, I think it's a good depth player, but as far as like an everyday starter, I would definitely look to upgrade over
Well,
him.
then maybe they. Man, Pregnon being available blows my mind because like some of the people I listened to thought he might sneak into the back of the first round. So the fact that he's not and hasn't been taken yet is a wild concept to me. But
Well, like Wiz said, Bob, though, he could be right. It could be like a medical thing, you know, could be
Right.
more of a medical issue. Sometimes we see that, you know, with certain players, and you know they don't pass a certain test or physical, and then off we go. But yeah, I mean there is some grade A choices still up there for Arizona. They need to really try to get this right. Jeremiah Love, though, from the standpoint of, you know, I mean, I still think he'll be okay for fantasy, but as we talk, it really hurts. Oh boy, stupid, Bob says.
I haven't even seen it yet. Oh,
Oh boy.
Hey,
Well,
I
if
think
that's
we
your
found the
quarterback of the
kicker.
future, just go ahead and write off all of your Arizona assets.
Carson
Because-
back to the Arizona car. Bob, what about this draft for Arizona? Does it get your blood pumping? You feeling it tonight?
I mean, it's got awful. Like what Arizona's trying to be, like Wiz said, they're trying to be the new Vegas. Like is it our brains cooking in the desert? Like, is that what we got going on here? LaFleur is brain dead. I don't know. Maybe this is just a look. We're gonna have to bring somebody into the room. Blah blah blah. Maybe he'll develop. I mean, historically, right? There's not very many QBs that come and play that are drafted outside the first round. Now, don't get me wrong, and I've argued this point. I've actually said, like, you can get a quarterback anywhere. You just got to be able to have protection and be able to have time to develop them. But this is not a team that has protection, and there's really no time to develop in the NFL anymore. Like, they got to hit the ground running if they are a late round pick. Yes, there's a Brock Purdy. Yes, Tom Brady exists. Yes, Kirk Cousins is still in the NFL. Yes, Dak Prescott was a late round pick. Yes, Russell Wilson was a late round pick. But, like, they all went to teams that were pretty well built, and it was a backup option to take them.
Yeah.
So-
Oh, yeah. Now, let me just say this. I'll double down, right? I'll double down by saying, like, I am not taking Carson Beck from the standpoint of keeping him and let him marinate. Like, if I draft him, I'm going to try to sell him to somebody that's more interested, right? Like, I mean, that's where I'm at on that. I'm not going to hold him. If I do draft, he's a quarterback and quarterback's being valuable from a dynasty standpoint, I will draft him and I will move him right away if someone's interested in him. But I am definitely not, you know, into keeping him and thinking he's going to develop, because I just don't think he has it, right? And for Arizona, the first pick of the third round, there's still some good players there. What a waste. I mean, what a waste. And Zach is unfortunately not with us tonight. The guys from Start Your Studs were busy. We had them yesterday, which was great. Good friends and nice people. We're happy to have them. Hopefully we get together and do some more stuff in the future. But we got it. We got the third round, and Bob, you know, I guarantee you, Bob's got Arizona on the culture shock. I guarantee it right now. It's going to be.
Yeah. So like what you were talking about, like if you were a 26 pick hoarder because like you were a rebuilding team or whatever, and you it's super flex and you want to take a stab at Carson Beck, like here's a scenario that I'd like to lay out for you, especially if you have like Jacoby Brissett. So if you got Jacoby Brissett and you're sitting on him and you were waiting for like this appropriate time to trade him, you draft Carson Beck, you trade him, Jacoby Brissett, Carson Beck, and like your 27 second, and you try and get like Lawrence or somebody that most people are like still hesitant on, not necessarily down on, but hesitant on, especially if Brissett's still slinging the rock around, because like you can, and it's going to be a better dynasty move for you to do that. And really what you probably only gave up was that 27 second, because the Brissett's probably done after this year. And I'll be shocked if Carson Beck is the QB of the proverbial more than next year future, if he even makes it that long.
Agreed. And if he's out there and like I said, his value spikes and I have him, I'm trading him right away. I don't know how you feel about that, Wiz. I mean, we watched the quarterback film. Carson Beck's a turnover machine. I get that he got the big arm. I get he's decently okay in the mobility standpoint, but I just don't see anything there that screams franchise quarterback to me. And if I had him, I definitely think that I am looking to trade him and move him as soon as possible. So I don't know how you feel about that. You with me and Bob on that?
Yeah, Carson Beck's a guy I'm not interested in. It's just he's gonna be a guy that probably gets some starting time once the Cardinals start losing more games to see what they got into him before they draft, right? I mean, there's just a hedging bet, right? Which is, I think it's a horrible thing to do. Because I mean, the third round picks, I mean, a lot of times they're just like you're not really getting that much active or impactful players at third round, right? And impactful, I mean, like guys gonna be starting for you for a long time, right? It's gonna be a lot of special teams guys here. So I think it's fine to take a dart throw. It just would not been the dart throw I would have made for quarterbacks. Like I said, I thought Luke Altmaier was by far the third best quarterback in this class. And then Garrett Nussmeier would be behind him. But just, I don't know. I'm not interested in Carson Beck. I'm not going to overdraft. I'm not going to draft him.
I think you're right though, Wiz. I mean, like as far as like what you're saying, as far as like, I'm like you. I'd rather have Altmaier. I'd rather have Nussmeier. But like, people get so intrigued with the big arm, right? Like that's the thing. Like, and Bob knows this. There's always a guy that can fix him, right? There's always someone. Oh, we work with them. We can fix them. And then you get enticed, and then that's what happens. And I get like there are people that can be fixed, and when you do, you can find a gem. But how often is that? And I just don't think with Arizona, they're in any shape, way, or form ready for any kind of young quarterback to come in there.
So this may be, you said Altmaier, you said Nussmeier. I would rather have had Drew Aller. I can think of at least Aller has the build, right?
Right.
He needs coaching, but he's got the build. He can throw the ball all around the field. Beck is just sure he won a national championship with Georgia, but like that is not a good QB make. It just you were a piece in the cog, but
especially a team like Georgia.
Yeah,
that's the thing. But Eagles are up here, and then we got Wiz's Bears back on the clock. The team and the blue and orange, we'll see what they do. But the Eagles, hopefully I mean, I'm sure they're probably done adding offensive pieces. We see Stowers going there. We see Mekhi Lemon going there now. I mean, I doubt they looked at anything else as far as the offensive side, unless it's offensive linemen. But we'll see. So let me ask you, Bob, is Arizona the big loser so far in your mind?
Yeah, I'm not. I'm like looking at Vegas right now too, and I'm like, they needed defense. There's no doubt about it. But like, I just don't know how you have Buford. I really need to look up how good DJ Glaze was last year, but like, I don't remember this offensive line being very good at all. And again, you still have really no weapons outside of Brock Bowers and Jalen Naylor. Are we really putting our hopes and dreams on Jalen Naylor, Jack Besh, Trey Tucker? They got Philip Dorsett the second, like in Brendan Rice.
Bob knows the whole roster. You know the whole roster for the Vegas. You know what kind of nightmares are there. That's just hilarious to me that you know the whole receiver room. Because I know you've looked at this and you're probably steaming every.
I don't understand. I mean, and they brought in a fullback, like, so obviously, I mean, I said this last year. I really think that they should be running 12 personnel like crazy and having a fullback on the field, like a power eye with 2 tight ends, and I guess Jalen Naylor and or Jack Besh or whatever, one or the other out there on the outside. Because I don't know. It's poor Mendoza and Kirk Cousins. I think they're just going to get smash Jackson all the time. We were wrong about Philadelphia. They didn't take another weapon, but they got another tackle, Markel Bell from Miami. So this dude is huge. 6'9.25" 346 pounds. So it's really not how athletic or how long his arms are. It's the fact that you have to rotate around the sun to get around him.
So Wiz, the Bears are on the clock. The Bears are on the clock, Wiz. I'm gonna take a pee break. You and Bob discuss who the Bears are gonna take, because I'm sure Bob is just itching to see who it is. So Wiz, go ahead and tell the audience who you think that the Bears should take.
Yeah. We touched on it a little bit there when they drafted the center out of Iowa. I forgot his name already.
Logan Jones.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised again if they go offensive line here. I mean, this like the Oregon's guard that you said the name now 4 or 5 times because I can't say it. He's still there. Dunker out of Iowa, I think makes some sense there to help shore up that tackle spot if you don't want to go guard. Other than that, I mean, what else could the Bears use that are right around here? Like Joshua Josephs could be okay. Edge out of Tennessee.
I was gonna say it's almost they could use more pass rush though, right? So it's just a matter.
Yeah,
of
that's probably
the right guy.
Right. Or at this point too, McCoy, he has that injury, but you're saying he's not worth the 3rd round pick on that gamble that
I thought he was worth it. He could have went in the 2nd round and it wouldn't have surprised me.
I feel like a lot of those picks could make sense for him, and just I don't know.
We'll see what's about to happen.
Josiah Barnum, Michigan edge. That's another guy that's sitting there. Joshua Josephs, Tennessee edge. I think that might have been the guy you mentioned.
Well, it's the tight end you like, Bob. Sam Roche.
Okay. Interesting. Do they need more tight ends, Wiz?
No.
They
have Cole Kmet, and then another guy they drafted last year in the 1st round, Colston Loveland.
Yeah.
I was upset already with Colston Loveland, let alone.
I don't get that pick. I don't get that pick a lot. But
it
makes this class even worse.
Yeah, sure does.
But Cole Kmet's a very good blocker. He's a fairly good blocker. He's not great, but he's just a guy that just does everything pretty well.
This just doubles down on this is not a very good draft. But even the deep positions are starting to run thin, right? Man, that's weird. I don't understand that. I think I would have just either built up my offensive line or I would have taken any kind of pass rush. But
Sam Roush.
That Colston Loveland's replacement.
Yeah, so Colston Loveland now.
So what do you make of that though, Bob? Because they got Cole Kmet, and you said Roush is more. Is he decent in the receiving game?
Yeah, I think he's more of a pass catcher than he is a inline. Okay, it says a draft landscape for full patch. In a draft landscape full of pass catching tight ends, Roush stands out as one of the few plug and play wide tight ends, inline blocking tight end available. So he apparently blocks pretty well. Holds his own in the pass protection too. As a receiver, he's not stiff. He lacks elusiveness underneath. Ironically, most everybody I said really liked him. Huh? So if he's
critique that's
more of a blocking guy, then maybe that's maybe they
maybe they're gonna cut him or trade him off because he is owed a decent amount of money. So
Romello.
All right. 49ers.
I got to do my tinkle time too. So I'll be back.
You hit the wall, Bob. You hit the wall. That's it. When you get there, you got to go. Romelo Height. So, Logan, you know anything about this guy from Texas Tech for San Fran here?
Not a whole lot. He's got second most pressures right now in the Big 12 based on what I'm seeing right now off of ESPN. Let me pull some other info off of my CBS.
I know Texas Tech last year had a pretty decent, solid defense.
They have a pretty good defense the past couple years. 6'3", 240, which isn't bad for an edge. He's a senior. Currently, his pro comp based on CBS is Nolan Smith.
Okay.
First team All Big 12 on the coaches poll last year. Had the sixth most pressures in FBS. Apparently, he's got high energy and violence on every snap.
Yeah,
those are some good qualities to have.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we got Washington, and then your team, the Bengals, Logan, and the Steelers are picking twice, and then Baltimore.
You guys
There's
have like
a lot.
3 picks, I think, this round because I went through and I updated everything. So the ticker was right. You guys had a lot. Like, holy.
Yeah, we do. We have a lot of picks this year. We have a lot of picks. I mean, and honestly, I don't know how we're going to be able to keep all of them like on the roster. I mean, they were talking about that. It's going to be tough.
We'll see. I think you guys will make it work somehow.
Oh,
all right, fellas.
sure.
I gotta pop off here. It was good hanging out here for the second round and a little bit of third round. So.
Oh, okay, Wiz, pop off because we're going to draft a good player. That's fine. That's all good. Whenever I get to take some victory laps.
He's gonna be so good.
He's worried about what the Bengals
It would be
are
so
pick
good,
next.
and then the Bengals are gonna fuck it up. You know it as much as I do.
I know.
He'll be another bust. He won't sign his rookie contract or something. Something will happen. Who knows? You might get an offensive lineman if you're lucky. So
Yeah.
What are we talking about here?
Bengals next. Are the Commanders about to run out of time?
No, it says the.
What happens if you run out of time?
You skip your pick. You might be able to get it at the end, but I don't.
I was gonna
Boy,
say
the Commanders, they're running it down for the third round. They're running it right down to the end.
I looked over and they had like
all right,
5
fellas,
seconds left.
We'll see you later.
See you, Wiz.
All right, bye.
Well, we will stick it out here, and we'll see what's going to happen here with some of these picks. The pick is in for Washington. We got Cincinnati for Logan. We got Pittsburgh for me. Big Culture's got Cleveland in there. I'm sure he's intrigued with what they're going to do. Yeah. He always is. What's your thoughts, though, Bob? Who's going to make the culture shock? I know Arizona for sure is going to make it. Who else?
Yeah, we're not going to have a shortage of teams, are we? I really need to update my culture crap rankings. Let's just
in two, we might even have to just talk about teams. We could just talk about 5 things in general because I know you're going to want to talk about players who are ruined now on the Jets and on the Browns.
Yeah. Man, the Raiders are still going to make it. I don't understand how you can sign a quarterback, draft a quarterback, and not give him any more weapons. That's that. The Jets, there's still time for them to trade for a quarterback maybe that's already on an NFL roster, unless they want to roll with like a Nussmeier, Aller,
get McCorkle in there,
Altmaier, one of those players. The Cardinals, man, drafting a running back at 3 and then really not. Yes, they did draft one guard, but like they're sticking and picking and one player extra around one player around is not going to help this team be good. I'm looking to make sure that I'm not overstepping my conversation because I'm pretty sure. And then, of course, you take Carson Beck in the third round. That's not helping your first round pick out at all. I like so far what Tennessee's done for the most part. Tate was good. Kedrick Falk is not necessarily my cup of tea as a pass rusher, but it helps the defense out, and it's Saleh. It is Saleh, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Saleh's-
Saleh
Yeah,
and
Saleh's going to get the Saleh's going to get the most out of the defensive players, I think, that are there. And then, of course, they draft Anthony Hill Jr., who's a linebacker that I'm pretty fond of. Just looking to see if they got a fourth round or a third round pick here. It looks like they do not have a third round pick, so we're kind of done with the Titans unless they make some kind of a trade. The Giants, man, are weird. So go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just looking.
Well, let me ask you, okay, who do you think's a winner in this draft, Bob? Who do you think's a team that's really come out on top a little bit here?
In a draft where you needed to eat your vegetables.
Yep.
I'm not upset by what Detroit's done. I'm not upset by what Pittsburgh's done. And I know that's two teams that are on this network.
Right.
I also am not opposed to what the Bears have done. So that kind of fits. And honestly, I want to go back to this. Why does it just go right to that team? Oh, hold on. Here we go. Let's make sure I'm not talking out of my butt. Yeah, Sam Roush was a little weird or whatever for the Bears. I like Monroe Freely for the Carolina Panthers in the first round, but after that, I don't know about the Texans getting a guard and then, solidifying their defense. And you know what I mean? It's just like when you start looking at it, there's just not a whole lot of like, I don't think the Seattle Seahawks have done a bad job. And it's like, there's, and this is me, novice, looking at it from a bird's eye view. Obviously, I'm not an expert. I feel like I would classify myself as an analyst for sure, but not necessarily an expert by any stretch. But I also think that like you can look at it and see how some teams improved, but I'm not giving really anybody an A grade. I don't mind Tennessee. Tennessee did a pretty good job, but I'm still not giving anybody an A grade, I don't think.
Right. And we have a fantasy finals VIP by Naylor, Tucker, or Beck from the Raiders with no draft additions. No, I wouldn't go out and seek out to go and buy them players, but I would say, I would probably, look to, if I could get them as a throw-in or on the waiver wire, sure, but I'm not looking to specifically add those guys. And he also says Philly seems like the only team doing things right. Well, Howie Roseman, right? He does a good job. He definitely does. I know Bob would definitely compliment Howie Roseman for sure. And Jimmy says, good evening, gentlemen. Nice stream you got going. No, thanks, Jimmy. We appreciate it. Thanks for hopping in and tuning in. We really glad to have you here and be a part of it. Oh, there you go, Logan. Cornerback. Tarkero Davis from Washington for the Bengals. Do you like this guy? Do you know anything about him?
Not really. I'm gonna be honest, but he's what we needed. We needed a corner. Right. We lost Cam Taylor-Britt, who was a stud. So we needed the corner help. And honestly, the first clip they show of him, yes, it is. The first clip they show of him was actually him lined up against Jordan Tyson, and he held his own pretty well. Actually, his pro comp is Joey Porter Jr., from what I'm seeing.
Get ready for a lot of pass interference penalties.
Hey, at least he'll
If-
be there. At least he'll be near the ball.
That's true.
Better than
That's
what we've had. So
So we have the Saints coming up. The Saints, too, are a team we talked about, all of us on the network, as maybe being a team that can come up a little bit, right? That NFC South is like the Wild West when it comes to fantasy football and for, the real life in division things. Like, we've seen Carolina go pretty much from worst to first. Could the Saints do it, Bob? Have you liked what they've done so far?
Well, you just added Jordan Tyson in a run stuffer, right? That
Right.
looks like he's the backup currently. So I'm trying to recall how I felt about their offensive line, and
You said it was middle of the road.
yeah, I think. But I mean, I think the offseason's been good for them, right? Adding Travis Etienne, now adding Tyson. I've
And
never
Oscar Delp was the newest pick. You talked about him a little bit earlier.
Oh,
Oscar
did they?
Delp.
So yeah,
Yep.
I didn't see that yet. So that helps out quite a bit, I think, because he's a blocker as well. Of course, at Georgia, you kind of got to do both. And having Juwan Johnson, so yeah, that's not a bad addition. Yeah, I think that this is a team that could definitely go from worst to first. The one thing I don't like, and even Drew talked about it yesterday, is I'm not a big fan of having 2 first-round picks in my wide receiver room. I'm not saying that it can't work. I'm just saying that it just causes friction. Because, like, if Tyson's healthy and expects to be the one, Olave's a better player. I don't care how Tyson does. He's a better player. And so then you just got and wide receivers have I don't want to say a little bit. They got quite a bit of diva to them, right? They need the attention. And if Shuck can't facilitate that attention, are we going to have friction? So I don't care for that. I'd much rather him have taken somebody in the second round. But it also depends. I don't know what Olave's contract schedule's like. Contract structure is like. So if he's due up, maybe that's why Tyson's a better pick. But yeah, I still think this team's going to want to run the ball a lot. So, but I think that they can certainly leapfrog Carolina now.
Does that mean if Tampa Bay doesn't win it? Yeah, Tampa Bay could win it. But yeah, I mean, like, I think they could, like you said, be that team that could maybe go from worst to first in that division, right? I definitely think they could be up and coming a little bit. So we have Malachi Fields going to the New York Giants here, wide receiver in the 3rd round. So the Giants do add wide receiver help here after their big binge on defense in the 1st round, getting Malachi Fields from Notre Dame. And we got Miami, who, it's oddly enough could really probably desperately use a wide receiver, and they traded up in front of them. I mean, let's talk about Miami's receivers right now. I doubt they're going to get one. So, I mean, like, if you have Malik Washington, though, I would be happy about this, at least to see what he's got. And maybe you could trade him off and get something for him at this point. What do you think, Bob?
I think I was on record as saying that if I had A-Chain, I'm okay, right? I'm okay with it. If I have Malik Willis, I think I'm okay with it because I believe that even though he's not a clear dynasty asset, right? I'm not saying Malik Willis is going to be, top 20 QB the next 3 years, but I can see him having some boom games running the ball because outside of what you already talked about, we got Tutu Atwell, Jalen Tolbert, Malik Washington. Wow. This is a team. This is a team that's going to live in my head all year, rent free. I'm going to be griping and complaining about this game or this team all year long, and it's not going to be unexpected, right? They just don't have talent outside of A-Chain. They really don't have any talent. And like I like Malik Willis, to be honest with you. I really do. I think that given a legitimate shot, he may have been able to be a starting NFL quarterback for 5-10 years. That's entirely possible, not probable. This feels to me like what happens when you send Justin Fields to the Jets. It's a garbage situation and a garbage organization that, you hope that you can rise above it, and it's going to be really hard.
For sure, agreed. Well, we'll see what Miami does here. They have a lot of needs. My Steelers are up again. As Logan said, I think they got 3 picks this round. I don't know how they're going to be able to balance this all out. They got a lot of draft picks this year, 12 draft picks for the Steelers in this 2026 draft. We go into 2027, Bob will be in a lot better mood for fantasy football. I guarantee you he'll be really jubilant that day a year from now.
Now, it looks like they only got 11 left, TJ. Apparently, at some point, they pawned one off to move up.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they did. They did move up, remember, to get Bernard. Yeah.
Which I don't think is a bad pick, but it's where we're at.
It's a third wide receiver, right? I mean, I think it suits their needs for now, and we'll see where it goes after that point. But maybe Miami does something crazy and takes a quarterback. That would really make Bob sing praises tonight. What do you think, Logan? Do you think they take a quarterback and surprise your dad?
We'll see.
What if the Steelers take Nussmeier here?
Ooh,
it would be
how
a little
sexy is that?
Too little, too early for my liking.
Too little, too early.
Real quick, the Giants pick that just happened that they traded up for, they got rid of 105, 145, along with a 27 fourth to Cleveland. So a nice little haul for Cleveland in return for the 74th overall pick.
Oh, there you go, Bob. Cleveland wheeling and dealing. Maybe they're going to draft another quarterback.
Give it time, TJ. Give it time.
I'm still waiting for this Dolphins pick to come in, to be honest with you. It hasn't showed up yet.
Yeah, they're definitely dragging it out for the third round. Like it seemed like the second round went faster in a way.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to. ESPN's trying, or NFL's trying to make their money back on selling all these time slots, so they're making sure they really stretch this out.
I'm really surprised. The NFL Network right now I'm looking at is showing Gerard McCoy, Keontae Scott, Kyle Louis, and Pregnon as available players left. Those are guys I'm really shocked. In all honesty, if I'm Miami, I would have ran to the podium and taken McCoy. Now, that's me. And I mean, I know that defensive players are not sexy or whatever, but this is a guy that was a legit stud last year. The year before last, before he got hurt. And, you can wait when you're Miami. Let it fester.
They took Caleb Douglas out of Texas Tech, wide receiver.
Oh, that was a terrible. I mean, they just took a receiver because you need one. I mean, what good does that do?
Yeah.
Is he even the best wide receiver available, TJ?
No.
I don't believe so.
No.
Apparently, no one likes Elijah Surratt. Apparently, Chris Bell was not good enough. Apparently,
Cyrus
the other
Allen,
guy there was
Branch,
another guy I just looked at.
Brandon Thomas,
Chris Bell, Deontay Burks.
I didn't have Caleb Douglas on my bingo card for Miami in the third round.
Oh man!
Ryan put on here gross fins. Yeah, no doubt, man. That could be a player there that goes undrafted in our fantasy drafts potentially, and he was taken in the third round.
I would have taken Bryce Lance before him.
Steelers are picks in. They're not playing around.
I don't know why they would. I mean, this is a place where I think Pregnon ought to go.
I think so, Bob. I think so.
I mean, unless
Or
they're just
what's the corner
unless
of the stall?
yeah, Jermon McCoy. Like if he
That's
were to
right.
go, that would really be like, cooking with gas. Because like, I mean, if you can wait at all as a Steelers team, man, that and I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, TJ, but don't you believe that they're just cooking for 27? They're everything's on simmer for 27.
Yes. Yeah, I do, Bob. I mean, look, I think that they hope that they can do something this year, sure, but if they don't, they're not going to be hot and bothered by it. And I think that they could, go out and, potentially, get that quarterback next year. They'll move up if they have to. I think they will try to do something like that. And Brian says, take the Burks flyer if you're throwing blind darts on the board.
Yeah, Deion Burks I believe is who he's referring to. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Brian. It's like I don't understand. Oh my God, TJ.
What? I didn't see it. I didn't see it yet. You guys get me all hot.
Oh,
you're not going to be happy, I don't think.
Well, thanks for warning me now. At least I can get my temper to simmer down.
I don't think you'll be happy. Did they trade up for this pick or did they trade back to get to this pick?
This is one of the collection of picks I think they got from trading.
What a waste! Another waste. I can't sit here and say that Miami was. I mean, this is a bad pick. This is a bad pick. I mean, like I get that the kid has the look, but like I watched a lot of Penn State games, and he just could never put it together. Never.
He's got all the tools though. If ifs and buts are candy and nuts, it'd be Christmas all the time, right?
Well, he was also hurt this year, so.
But like, I'll be honest with you though. Like in the big games, he come up small, and I don't like that either. And I mean, like, you're supposed to be the stud 5-star quarterback, and it just
he was supposed to light this. He was supposed to light this year on fire.
Yep. I mean, hell, he was supposed to be maybe the 101 at one point. So and just and the thing is too, name one. It's just like Ohio State, really. Name one Penn State quarterback that's been great. You know what I'm saying? In the league.
Are you kidding me? Tyler Heineke? Or no, hold on, not Heineke. The other H one. God, I can't think of his name. No. Hackenberg. Hackenberg, wasn't it?
Wait,
Hackenberg.
I got you.
Oh, are you gonna go Sean Clifford on us?
But no, I mean, like the thing is like there hasn't been a guy from Penn State. It's a lot like Ohio State. It's the same thing, and I don't know, man. It's a shame because I think it's a wasted pick. And like I said, against big time competition, he did not look good. And I mean, I don't know if it was a referendum of James Franklin coming up short. I mean, it could be.
I mean, he's not. So
Sean Clifford, there you go. That's another one. And fantasy finals. Can Rodgers help LR unlock some greatness? I mean, look, he's with the right coach. He's with the right mentor, but like, I just don't think he has it. I could be wrong, but
ironically, what I've heard, and I heard this today, is that Aaron Rodgers really likes the backup, Howard. He really likes Howard. Like they've become, symbiotic buddies. Yeah, close or whatever, right? You think that Pittsburgh bringing in another guy to supplant the guy that he just became buddies with is going to sit well with Rodgers? That dude is such an egomaniac. He'd probably piss on that dude's Cheerios in the morning, rub his wiener on his back door, and be like, "Okay, now I'm going to go talk to my buddy Will."
You're right. I mean, it just don't make sense, man. It really don't. It's not, to me. I think it's a wasted pick, but we'll see.
Well, and they've got a surplus, so it's kind of. It is what it is, but I'd have taken. I mean, man, how many times did I tell you guys are going to get nauseated by this? I'm like, just take the offensive lineman. Like, there's still a few guys left that even if you drafted 11 of them, and he's not wrong. Really likes guys that won't threaten his job. But like. even if you're only half right, you need a surplus. You need a good 10 offensive linemen to just be a successful NFL team. Why are we taking quarterbacks that may or may not? I mean, yes, quarterback's the hardest position to find. And then I think left tackle's number 2. And then I think left guard, quality left guard's number 3. It's like, yeah, and then it goes down the offensive line. Like, it is what it is. Yes, if you're absolutely 100% sold on the fact that you have to find that hybrid tight end, that's a pretty tough place to find a person to find. But yeah, I'd have taken offensive lineman. It's surprising, but maybe it's because they're in the same state. Maybe, I don't know if Omar Khan just thinks that he's smarter than everybody else, which I'm sure he does.
I'm going to jump in and do a little cosmetic thing real quick. I hate these draft hats. All it is just a standard hat with an NFL draft pin in it. It makes no sense.
I actually thought these hats were better than the stupid sideline ones they had. You got this whole bold colored hat, and you got a little bitty logo that's about an inch by like a 3/4 of an inch wide. I'm like,
yeah, but this
gay.
is all you could tell that it's an NFL draft hat. It's just got a pin the size of a finger sitting right here.
I mean, while I get that, which is why I like those hats in the I can't point because the camera's backwards. These hats here, they were the draft hat for that year, and I love that design. That's why I've got like 4 of them there.
Yeah.
I'm not even like super fans of those teams, but I got ruined by Randy Moss and Dante Culpepper and Robert Smith, because when they came into the league together, when that team was together, I was like, oh my God, this is my team forever. And then like the very next year, like Robert Smith just up and retired. And I'm like, they can just leave like that? Because I've been a baseball fan like my whole life. Like baseball players don't leave, not like just leave. You know what I mean? Like they get old and retire. That's how they used to do it anyway. Now they're just, it's a little bit more fluctuated than what it used to be. But like when he left and it was like the team just went to piss, I'm like, all right, I'm out. Like, I'm just going to go ahead and, from there on out, I've been whoever, farts in the wind the right way. And
last year you were favorable with New England last year, and everyone accused you of being a Patriot fan.
Yeah. No, honestly, what I'm a fan of is the Patriot model of when they got Brady to take less money.
Yep.
That is so brilliant. And no one's copying it. I even when Locked On, the network has a show that's like Locked On the NFL Draft. And there was the 2 guys that were on it where the one guy was from the Buffalo Bills and one guy was from the Miami Dolphins, I think. They changed over and I quit listening to the show. Number one, because as much as I like some of the Locked On stuff, they legitimately have way too many commercials. I cannot do it. And I listened to Locked On Cubs, so I'm like, it was double and triple the shows. Like, I just couldn't handle it. I was listening to the same commercials over and over and over and over again. So I emailed the dude one time. I said, hey, the NFL is generally a copycat league. Why has no one attempted to convince the quarterback to do what Brady did his whole career and take less money so they could build a good team around him? And it's like, it doesn't take very long. Go to like your, either Spotrac or what's the other one? Over the Cap. Like, you could go to either one of those and you could look at Brady's salary. Like, he didn't make like over $40 million until they coaxed him into going to Tampa Bay. And like Dak's getting paid 60. I mean, don't get me wrong, the salary caps have went up, but like, hell, Malik Willis this year's making 27. Like, is he worth what, prime Brady? No. Well, it blows my mind.
Yeah, for sure. Well, the Colts are picking here, Big Culture Bob. This is your home state team. What are they going to go with here?
I like that. This is AJ Halsey is on the. It's already been put in. I do like this pick for them. I'm not 100% sure if Halsey's more free or a banger, but they definitely needed. Excuse me, that's bad. They needed safety help for sure. SEY. Let's go here. What was that? AJ Halsey, blah, blah, blah. Zone slot nickel safety. So probably an in the line guy. La la. Compares favorably to Xavier Watts of Atlanta. Andrew Makubu, which I believe plays for Philly. I think he got drafted last year. And Ronnie Hickman from Ohio State. Outstanding zone coverage skills. Reads the quarterback's eyes from death and triggers downhill. So he's probably more of a free safety. Ball skills at the catch point, attacking the football, 10 career interceptions and 19 pass defended. Yeah, he's more of a free safety. Now I know they lost Nick Cross in free agency.
Right.
So trying to think of what he fits in here.
Trying to get some more help. And the Falcons are already picking already. They were like ready to rock.
Ironically, it looks like they might. They're probably playing that that overhang safety stuff. He's probably not going to be so much of a banger. Of course, they still got Kenny Moore too, but it shows him playing strong safety. But I don't know if I buy that. It's probably more of just a too deep look.
Zachariah Branch of Georgia, wide receiver to Atlanta, homegrown product there in Georgia, staying in Georgia.
Yes, fantasy finals. I totally agree with you. No other QB had $100 million wife, but
that is true.
And I see. Yes, more QB should take less to win, but it's clearly not their number one priority. While I completely agree with you, that shouldn't matter. I
think Brady. I think Brady bet on himself. Like, I think he knew how good he was. He bet on his talent, right? Like, I think he knew like he could milk that cow for a long time for money. Like, he didn't have to worry about one big contract and done. Like, he has the confidence, and he knew what he was capable of. I mean, that guy was special. He knew it, and he took advantage of it, I think,
But more money comes with more success too, though, right? So, like, the more successful he was, the more money he was going to make on endorsements, appearances in playoff games, Super Bowl appearances, all these things. I mean, hell, he's got his own brand, TB12. Like, seriously.
No money, no problems.
Brian says Brett should not be staying in Georgia. Very Falcons. Yes, I agree, Brian. I agree. But, not surprised, though. It seems like, they try to get a lot of Georgia-type players, Atlanta does, Bob. Correct me if I'm wrong, Logan. I think Atlanta's brought in some Georgia boys.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing as, like, you can see them a lot better. They're your home state team.
Right.
For college. So they're right there. It's a lot easier to scout the talent that's there. It's even easier for the Steelers to scout from Pitt because they share a stadium, but it's still easy.
But it's Arthur Blank, and he's an idiot, so I'm not giving him a pass.
Yeah, well, James Pierce Jr. was a first-round pick, and he's now got serious criminal charges, so we never said
Bob said it. Bob said it, Arthur Blank is on his most hated owners list. He made it.
Jacoby Lane out of USC goes to the Baltimore Ravens.
It's not.
I think that's low key a decent pick.
And
you're right. You're right, Brian. Too close for the trouble, though. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, no doubt. We're on board with you. But Jacoby Lane is a guy that I think has a lot of potential too. That's kind of, hit or miss, hot and cold. But I think if you could unlock it, I think this guy could have some game to him. And we know USC's kind of a low-key wide receiver factory as well. So, again, Baltimore, I'm not surprised. They see some upside here. I think it's a solid pick.
Who typed in these initials for the teams?
I did real quick while we were in the middle of the round.
Okay, well, I need you to get a little more consistent. Jacksonville is either JAC or JAX, not JAK ever. And you had it in both of them. You had JAC and JAK.
Well, let me ask you though, Bob.
Wrong with
how
you?
How did the JAX ever start? Because that's how I've always done it, but that's strange because there's no X in Jacksonville.
No, you're not wrong. I don't know exactly. It's probably a Florida thing. A lot of weird things happen in Florida. Super conservative.
I used to play the old fantasy football on paper, and everyone had Jacksonville JAX, right? I'm like you. I'm old enough to where I played fantasy football on paper before you have a computer do your score. You had to figure it out yourself, and everyone would have on there like Jimmy Smith, JAX, Fred Taylor, JAX.
Having to go buy the USA Today to get your stats. That was murder.
Yeah. Then NFL.com come along, and it was like, oh.
Quasi saved your life. You were still doing I was still doing it on spreadsheets. I had a banger setup, man. That's like I had a whole 9-foot wall that had a desk on it, and I'd rearrange it when football season came around. In the off season, I had the TV in the middle, and I had 2 computers on both sides. One computer I'd watch South Park on while I was playing Madden. And then football season, I'd rearrange the whole thing. I'd take the center console out, move it to the side, bang the 2 computers together. I'd have one that had the thing on it, like the NFL.com with the stats on it, and then the other one I was typing it into the spreadsheet. Yep, awesome.
It was, man, back in the day. Albert Regis from Texas A&M, the defensive tackle, goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I don't know if I've even heard of this Regis. It's egregious.
It's egregious. But hey, look, Jacksonville, though, that was, surprisingly, a pretty solid unit last year, Bob, for Jacksonville. On the defensive side, they're no cupcake.
Yeah, I'm afraid that they've lost a bit, though. There was somebody I was looking at. Because of Carolina, I was looking at Carolina, and they took Marshawn Lloyd, not Marshawn Lloyd. What was Lloyd's first name?
Brandon Lloyd?
No,
the old wide receiver.
The old wide receiver. That is not who I'm talking about. It was I don't. I need to quit looking at. I'm going to Carolina, I meant to go to Carolina, and I'm going to Jacksonville.
While Bob, you're pondering on that, though, I'm looking at this too. Still no running backs, and you said this, right? You said, if Price wouldn't have went at the end of the first round, you said it could be very dry on day 2 for running backs, and so far you've been right. And who do you think will be next? Do you think it's Jonah Coleman? Do you think it's Emmett Johnson? Do you think it's Washington? Who do you think?
I like Coleman the best out of the names you just mentioned. I think Washington is absolutely an underwear Olympics superhero, but he is not the best running back. Emmett Johnson is not an athletic marvel. He's not an underwear Olympics champion, but he is a pretty good football player. But I don't know. It's funny how I think both things will keep the other one from getting drafted, if that makes sense.
And two, we got to be careful. We got to be careful because, as you said, a good football player, but is he a good fantasy asset, right? Sometimes you can't be both. Sometimes guys are just one. Sometimes a guy is more of a better NFL asset for a team than he is for our fantasy teams. But Minnesota's picks in. We'll see where they go with it here. I'd imagine that they're going to get the Steelers on too before the next commercial break. But as Logan said, the NFL was making sure they get all these commercials in. No doubt about it. You gotta just drag it out.
Devin Lloyd was the player I was thinking of.
Devin,
Their first
I
round
know.
pick.
It was on the tip of my tongue too. I couldn't think of it.
Yeah,
linebacker.
Yeah, he went to and last year was kind of the year of the Devons, right? We had Devin White, Devin Bush, and Devin Lloyd all kind of resurged or rebuilt themselves a little bit last year as far as IDP goes. Now Devin White's still out there, and he's a heat-seeking missile that, you know, has the accuracy of Michael Vick's, long ball. So
I thought you were going to say an Iranian missile.
An Iranian missile. Yeah, I mean, probably about the same. You know, they'll hit a target, not the target, but a target.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we got Minnesota here. So, Bob, let me just ask you and Logan, is there a running back taken in the third round, and how many, if you think so?
You can go first, Logan, because I
was like,
I think I've already made my statement.
We're about halfway through right now, and I'm really thinking there won't be one. There's so many other players I think that are still out there that are worth a crap that should be drafted that I don't think a running back's going.
There you go, Bob. Little Culture says none. How about you?
Yeah, I like I said, but I was on the no RBs in the third round, you know, in the second round for sure. And I'm like, now we're like he said, Orange Juice went. They were calling him that on the thing is Orange Juice.
Dominique Orange.
I wish I had a cool name like Orange.
Hopefully he doesn't turn into OJ.
Oh! If the glove does not fit, you must acquit. In all honesty, if y'all haven't seen, I seen the lady. There was a lady that came out the other day that she said that basically the whole thing was they let him off because the Rodney King riots. It was getting back at the system. That he was guilty as all get out. Sorry there, OJ. R.I.P. But sorry, that's my political statement for the day. Orange Juice. I've heard that he's like many will grab a running back at the end of the third to have back to back.
Yeah, they could.
They could. I don't know if they will.
They could though, and they will have their pick of the litter though if it gets to them. With 2 picks. That does make sense. We got Carolina, Tampa Bay, and Pittsburgh all coming up next. Carolina picks already in. You think Carolina can sustain a little bit of what we've seen last year, Bob, or do you think they fall off?
I like the fact that they took Monroe Freeling in the first round. Build that offensive lineup, make it a little bit more of a strength. What I am concerned with still is Bryce Young. Ironically, their third string quarterback is Will Grier. I can't believe that dude's still in the league. But then they got Devin Lloyd and they got Jalen Phillips in free agency. So I think that it's entirely possible. I think that we like New Orleans and Tampa Bay a little bit more, but if this team can run the ball effectively and not turn the ball over a lot, I don't know why they couldn't be decent.
They just took Chris Brazzell II from Tennessee, the wide receiver. Oh, boy, I don't know. Carolina does not have a good track record outside of Tet McMillan, especially taking these receivers outside of the first round. I mean, around the back end, like Xavier Legette, Jonathan Mingo. I mean, we've seen some real duds from this team.
I mean, there's a lot of people that are high on Brazzell. The thing is like, I don't know that I ever want a Tennessee wide receiver. Their system is so, what's the word I'm looking for? Watered down. Like, I don't know. It's just like they don't.
College gimmicky. College gimmicky.
But didn't Jalen Hyatt like win the Bolitnikoff?
He might have.
Before he got drafted. And
Yeah,
that was
but,
such a travesty.
And the funny thing was, though, he fell, though. I mean, like he was like what was he, a 3rd round pick or something? Like, I mean, people were saying he could have maybe been a back end
No,
first.
Hyatt was a 1st round pick, I think.
No,
I
he
think
fell.
Hyatt was a 1st round pick.
No, I think he fell out. Bob, I
geez.
do. I could be wrong. I'm pretty
sure he was the stupid idiot that got drafted in the 1st round by the Giants.
No, 73rd overall, 3rd round. He fell.
Oh, look at you go.
I got a good. That's
Who
one
was
thing
it? Who was the jackass that got drafted in the 1st round that should have never got drafted in the 1st round? That's similar, but maybe not from Tennessee.
There's a lot of them.
Oh, he went to he was somewhere and then went to Kansas City. Golly, man, I can't think of that dude's name. He was absolutely. Hyatt was a 3rd. Thanks for rubbing it in, Brian. I appreciate you. I'm 50 years old. I forget stuff.
Air 5, Brian. Air 5. But no, I mean, honestly, though, I mean, there's a lot of them guys. You're a Jalen Reagor. There you go. That's probably
that wasn't the guy I was thinking of, but he didn't go. He didn't go to Kansas City. It was
Philly. Jalen Reagor went to Philly. They passed on Justin Jefferson for Jalen Reagor. I remember that whole debacle. That was during the COVID, I think, or around that. No, that might have been the draft before.
That was 2020.
Was it?
Yes, because it was the year before Jamar, which was Burrow's year, and 2020 was the COVID draft with Burrow.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because I remember the Eagles took Reagor and passed on Justin Jefferson. I thought, wow, that was probably the only big mistake they've ever made.
It was a fight between Jefferson and Herbert for Rookie of the Year.
And let me ask you, though, Bob, I mean, Henry Ruggs was in there. The Raiders took him. That was another Raider pick that I'm sure you enjoyed.
Kadarius Toney. That's who I was thinking of. Kadarius Toney. 20. Yeah.
Because you said Giants. You're right. Yeah.
And he went to Kansas City. Yeah. I got him in Hyatt. My bad. But yeah.
But you're right, though. I mean, they reached on him. Kadarius Toney. He was a mixed bag. That was for sure. So Tampa Bay, we'll see what they got cooking here. The Buccaneers.
I'll tell you something real quick. This is my first rookie draft that I really did. Was the year of Laporta.
Yeah.
I had 3 second-round picks back to back to back. I took Jalen Hyatt, Christian Gonzalez, and then Sam Laporta.
You did pretty good, except for the Hyatt end of things.
Well, and Gonzalez, because Gonzalez is a
cornerback.
Oh, well, at least he's a good player, though. I mean, you got a guy that's going to be around a while.
At least I got Laporta.
Yeah. Well, when we talked, I mean, linebackers, I mean, I'm not in the IDP like you guys are, but I talked to Bob. I mean, that's what you want, them tacklers, man. You want them tacklers for sure. All right.
Logan has become better at IDP because of failure.
Oh, yes. 100%.
The more he fails, the more he learns.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though. You got to give Tampa Bay credit on the culture end of things, Bob. They've been better these last few years. It seems like they draft better, too, it seems like.
Yeah, we were talking about Joe Tryon-Shoyinka today, and I'm like, oh, man, I remember when he was a first-round pick. That was a duty call. I do not like the Reuben Payne pick, and I do not like the Josiah Trotter. Well, I don't know. Trotter could be okay. And I guess this is Ted Hurst here, right? Because as soon as I clicked over to look at who they drafted the rest of the draft, Ted Hurst popped up on there. I don't mind Ted Hurst, but like what are we hoping for, right? It just seems like depth. And I mean, when they took Ibuka in the first round, I was kind of like, okay, maybe they're just seeing the writing on the wall. Mike Evans is probably going to go. Who knows about Godwin? Maybe they see maybe they see Godwin leaving, and then they'll have Ibuka, McMillan, Hurst. Seems like I'm missing a name. But, yeah, I think that it's – I mean, he's a good target. I think that this does not a fantasy draft pick make, right? But, I mean, this is one that if you wanted to take a stab at it, especially if you're, a Buccaneers fan or whatever, you could put him on your taxi squad.
It would be understandable to take the stab.
Well, and let me say, like, first of all, too, like, this has been a great time as far as, like, we've gotten a lot of good friends, new people, joining the network as far as, like, listeners, friends that want to talk in the chat. And like I said, you guys are always welcome. We love having you. It's been great just from that standpoint. Meet a lot of good people this way, man. And, it's fun. And, we'll get to do this every year, these big NFL draft shows. We're going to be doing some other live content here. We're going to be doing roster reviews, dynasty roster reviews. We're going to be doing all kinds of, like, start sit things during the season. We do start sit shows live. They're a blast. All kinds of good stuff cooking. I can't wait. I love the live call.
You know what I think's funny is I remember one of the first conversations I had in the Discord or whatever. And I'm not Nostradamus, and you know what I mean? I'm not, I'm no genius at this, right? But this dude was, I said, man, sell all your 26 picks, I even started the little, I don't want to say hashtag, but I started doing like send 26 stash 27. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you wanted to do in these two classes. And this dude came on here, and I'm not trying to say he was being belligerent or whatever, but like, he's just like, oh man, we only had like 5 or 6 players in this draft that were any good. Why would you, if there's only 5 or 6 players in the next draft that's good, why would you trade all your picks? And I'm like, I don't think there's going to be 5 or 6 players that are good. And like, we were really hung up on 4, like, for the longest time. And like, landing spot is absolutely quasi demolished. I mean, if I had the top 5 picks, let's just say I got the top 5 picks, I may trade 3, 4, and 5. I'd be tickled pink probably. And I mean, I shouldn't say tickled pink to have Love. I would take him because I think that he's going to have the most value, but I would probably take Tate, and then that would be it. Like, super flex, I might, still take Mendoza, but like, I'm not super excited about it. I mean, I think everybody on this, that anybody that's listened to us knows how much I love Vegas, right? And I say love very sarcastically. But yeah, I just don't know, man.
Like you said, though, Bob, you said it about the Raiders, though. It's a shame how far it's come, because like you said, at one time that was the team, right? And like the logo and the colors, as you said, it was a respected team. It was a team that always put out a good product, but boy, over the last 30 years, it's gone downhill. That's for sure.
Ever since Jamarcus Russell, it's been.
And they always move too. Like, they always move in cities, and like Cleveland's up. We see the Steelers took the corner from Georgia. Some of them guys still falling, man.
Austin Barber. So they actually traded in to take this pick.
Oh, is that Cleveland traded up?
Yeah. Not entirely sure on the details, but they traded in to get. He broke his chair.
I mean, it's been broken, the bar, because like I stand up on it to adjust my big butt, and I just keep breaking the bars, so now it's like a hula hoop around the bottom of it, and I really just need to cut it off or snap. I was trying to figure out how to just pull the bottom of it off and pull the stupid thing off, but
Bob,
you're like my 15-foot.
Oh yeah. He's all the way on the other side of the room. He sounds like he's yelling at us, but it's the way that Mike picks him up.
Austin Barber, tackle Florida, and we got Miami up next.
And
they're coming in fast. The pick is in. Yep, they're moving quickly.
Do you see
if Miami goes for another
draft? there's some guy with a Baker Mayfield jersey on, and he took a piece of tape and covered the field part, so it just says maybe, and then he wrote on it, so it says maybe next year.
You gotta love them Cleveland quarterback jerseys. I love the list jersey with all the names. That's one of my favorites. Oh yeah. Yeah, they got it going on there, no doubt about it. Now we'll see what Miami's got in store for us.
Mark?
Sorry.
Merrick?
Yep.
Zoom
tight end. Another Ohio State tight end?
Yep. Probably another one of them blocking type of guys. 6'5", 261.
Oh, God. I'll tell you what. Clip they show, he lays a freaking D tackle out. Okay, it's all blocking film.
Brian, Bob broke his chair, but I think he fixed it.
It's not fixed. It's just better. It's just different.
But I'll tell you what, though, Bob, she almost survived the whole 2 days so far of the show. You almost.
Well, I was downstairs yesterday, and different chair, different setup altogether. I just had to move my equipment downstairs, and my wife's like, "You do realize that if you're sitting downstairs, I can't watch the TV at all." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll go upstairs." And it's hotter up here. I got a fan going. I'm back in my chair, and it's not as comfortable, but like sacrifices you make for your wife, or she's kind enough to let me be on here 3 days straight for however long we possibly are going to be on here. Hopefully we can get a lot of people on here tomorrow.
Yeah, we're at 3.5 hours right now.
Where's Teixeira? Did he just decide not to show up?
I don't know. I tried calling him. I couldn't get a hold of him, so I don't know what he's up to.
I think he's upset with me because I said the Lions do it okay.
I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about that this week. Teixeira's going to victory lap whenever all this ends. No doubt about it.
I mean, my thing is you got to let it play out a little bit. And I mean, TJ, we're old enough to remember when Detroit was awful.
Right, straight off.
Like they came around when Holmes got there, and he brought in Goff, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, and I understand that like it can get stale like it did in Pittsburgh and it did in Baltimore, but we're not close to that time frame yet with Brad Holmes and Campbell. I told him today, I said, I think that you're just too hungry. You want that championship too bad. You're trying to rush it.
Well, I think too, he ain't a fan of like how the organization has been acting and like treating ex-players, so I think he's kind of down big time on, but like, and honestly, like I said, in a way though, I don't blame him because like, I think that he don't want to go back to them days. You know what I mean? Like he's trying to say, okay, isn't good enough. Like, because I can see what he's saying as far as the window, right? When you got the window, you better try to take advantage of it. But, and I've said it, I think Ben Johnson was a huge loss for that team. I mean, I think that the guy had a lot of stuff going on for them as far as offensively. And look, I'm not knocking Dan Campbell because I think he's one of the best leaders of men that there are. But I think a lot of the schematic things, the way things were being done, Ben Johnson had a lot to do with.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, but I mean, I just think like you think about NFL rosters in general. Like the Detroit Lions have a.
Oh, hang on 1 second, Brian. Peace, boys. Catch you all tomorrow. If wife doesn't have me take her out to dinner. Hey, man, don't get in trouble, but we appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in with us, man, and sticking with us all this time, Brian. You're the best. We're happy to have you with us. Have a good night, my friend. But go ahead. I know, Bob, you were talking about Detroit there, and I know you wanted to get a point in.
Well, what I was kind of getting at is like how many teams are looking for their left tackle,
right?
And with drafting Blake Miller, that moves Penei Sewell, probably one of the top 3 offensive linemen in the league. There goes Pregnon to Jacksonville. my gosh, I can't believe he went that far. Must be because of his age or something. I don't know. But so they got the left tackle. That is a hurdle. That is a high hurdle to get past.
Right.
Okay.
Agree.
You got a stud wide receiver. And I'm on Ross St. Brown. And even if all you got is one, that's better. He's a lot better than a lot of other people's number one wide receivers.
Right.
You got a stud running back that whether or not that's like the number one building piece or whatever, you still got it.
It's a nice tool to have.
A lot of people. That's right. And even if Goff is only a top 15 quarterback, that's pretty good. There's a lot of teams that still need quarterbacks. We talk about it ad nauseum, right? So, and then like they've got a premier edge rusher in Aiden Hutchinson. There's a lot of teams that are dying for a good pass rush. They at least got a Hutchinson. Now, could he use a running mate? Yes, he can. I'm not going to disagree with Teixeira on him needing a little bit of help. That's for sure. I think the biggest problems with Detroit is the fact that they invested in the players they had and they just got hurt or up and retired on them because, man, they invested a lot into Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph, and both of them got catastrophically hurt last year.
Yeah, and it's a shame because Brian,
what do you do about
Brian
that?
Branch? I mean, I will say for the Lions on the defensive side of the ball, having Aiden Hutchinson and Brian Branch are two very nice pieces, to have.
Jack Campbell.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Solid.
I didn't even get to Jack Campbell yet.
Right. So they have pieces, but I definitely see what Teixeira is saying. Like, he doesn't like the fact that they ain't trying to jump through the window because I know what he's seeing. He's seeing Chicago closing in. Green Bay's always good. Minnesota can sneak up on you and, get better quick. So, I mean, I know, and they're the toughest division, I think, right now outside of the NFC West, maybe. But, I mean, you look at overall quality, you can make the argument that the NFC North is better. And we see the Bears take a wide receiver, Xavier Thomas. LSU.
Yeah, if you didn't see me shake my head as soon as I seen it, I'm sorry. But, yeah, I don't understand the point.
Well,
what are you? You're not backfilling. Like I don't know what Xavier Thomas does. What he did for LSU. He's 5'10", 190 pounds, so he's not a very big guy. Lacks gaudy production as a receiver, but his athleticism, versatility, and return talent could bolster his roster value. So maybe they just drafted a return guy.
Special team player, let him try to develop, see what they can do. There's Brad Poles and Johnson, Ben Johnson in the war room there of Chicago Bears, Bob.
Thomas is likely to be viewed as a wide receiver 5 candidate with value as a return man, but teams could dig a little deeper on his potential as a running back.
Oh, could be like a Ty Montgomery type.
Yeah, a little scat backy. I'm not a. Oh, and Keelan Black from Indiana is the first running back to go in the third round. In the second of all the players, would that have been on your bingo card there, TJ? Keelan Black?
I don't think so. He ends up going to the 49ers.
It's a good.
Yeah, and it goes to the 49ers.
It's a good system for him. He's more.
Is this Jordan James dead or what?
I don't know if he's dead, but senior, Logan, go ahead and tell us about him. You said you're the Indiana guy.
Yeah, no. So he's got plenty of speed and explosion. He's really good up the middle, but he'll be a good counter piece for CMC as long as CMC keeps his legs under him. Definitely a good secondary option plus a future option for the Niners coming in. Absolutely loved watching him play, and I'm happy. That's really.
All right. Well, like Bob said, I don't think anyone would have said he'd have been the third running back off the board. So, but I will say, Kyle Shanahan, the antenna goes up. I mean, he has ideas and plans for players. You got to at least take that into consideration.
Kyle Shanahan, I don't know, man. I'm beginning to believe he's a little weird with running backs because who was the guy I talked about earlier? Trey Sermon. He drafted him, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And then, of course, Jordan James, we talked about that. We like Jordan James, but he doesn't seem to use him very often. He talks highly about him, but doesn't seem to use him very much. Isaac Garindo is like speed, but like, I don't know. Whatever.
Okay.
Is what it is. It's not like if you're thinking you're going to draft Keelan Black in your fantasy football rookie drafts, yeah, they're probably wasting.
Let me ask you, Logan: do the Bengals have a 4th round pick?
We have 2.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember. I don't remember if we have. I know we're missing 1 round worth of picks. It's our 5th. We have a 4th. We're missing a 5th.
So you have your 4th. So we just say Chase Brown yet again take another victory lap, right? Let me just say every year I say, it's going to. I always evaluate it. I said I wasn't worried this year, and he's back in business again.
Yeah.
The thing with Chase, though, and I don't disagree with you, is that if I'm not mistaken, was he not a 4th round pick?
Yes,
He was.
he was.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's not over yet. But what I'm saying is, though, it's really hard for them type of guys usually to break through. If it's a day 2 pick,
it's like a 5th round.
Yeah, he might have. I think he was 4th. I think he was 4th, Bob. I think you had it right the first time.
Well, according to this stupid Our Lads, and I have a hard time reading the code, it looks like in 23 he was a 5th round pick, the 163rd pick overall.
Could have been. I thought he was a 4th, but it don't really matter. But again,
irregardless, you're not wrong.
Again, I don't see anyone supplanting him at all. And if all he has a 4th round pick, I just think that Logan knows there's so many needs on this team. He's going to be safe yet again, and he's going to, as long as the Joe's playing quarterback, whether it's Flacco or Burrow, he's going to put up points.
Well, and here's another thing: our running back room is him, P. Ryan, Taj Brooks, and I'm not even going to name the other 2 names, but those 3 guys, like P. Ryan will run more pass block, Brown will be out there actually running the ball, and so will probably Brooks. And Brooks is not as talented as Brown. So,
irregardless of all that, this is not the draft where you're going to take a guy that's going to compete with him anyway.
That's what I mean. Safe again.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I just think from the fantasy aspect of it, the analysis by paralysis thought process of it. They're like, oh, well, they took him in the 5th round. They could easily take another guy in the 5th round that'll supplant him. Well, you just happen to get lucky that such a talented player fell in the 5th round. And don't get me wrong, someone could develop if, they were to make that reach, but I just don't see it.
Well, we see the Raiders. You see the Raiders war room celebrating, Bob. Here we go. Another pick coming
in. Who knows? The Raiders. Can you imagine what's his name? Who's the ESPN analyst that's like, yeah, Raiders?
That's Chris Berman.
Yeah, Chris Berman. That's it. Berman. I couldn't think of his name for the life of me. Trey Zune III. Man, if I had a last name like Zune, I'd want to be a 3rd too.
So what do we have? What position does Zune play ball?
He's a center. So they signed a guy to the highest paid center contract in the league, and they drafted a center in the 3rd round.
Either have him play center.
Maybe he can play it.
Guard.
Maybe he can play a little guard, but you're not going to move Linderbaum.
No.
Regardless.
Right there.
4-year starting, deep family ties. Interesting.
Positional flexibility. Positional flexibility, it says.
Yeah, that's
so
what that.
Yeah, 623 snaps last year at left tackle, and then like 130 at center.
That's great. You know what, Bob? Them guys are valuable. Them guys that can kick to different spots. Yeah. So it was at least a solid pick.
Yeah, I mean, The Raiders are doing what I would have liked most other teams. Well, I shouldn't say they're doing it. They just did it with this pick. I don't want to give them too much credit. They're still a very good Raiders. You know what I'm saying?
You could give Jerry credit though, because he has had a pretty solidly good draft with getting downs. He always has a good draft here and there. It seems like, Bob.
Did you say Jerry?
Yeah, he has good drafts. I mean, he does draft pretty good players for the most part.
I'm not even sure Jerry's in the room. I think he's getting ice cream somewhere.
I don't think the Raiders draft has been absolutely as abysmal.
Yeah,
as
I'm not a super huge fan of the safety they drafted. Not saying he's bad. He's just not.
It's a reach. It's a
guy
reach.
that I would have. Yeah, I think I would have went with a different guy. Stooks combines his infectious passion with hours of preparation that allow him to play fast. Sure. Older prospect has an ACL tear in his background, but in football has a magnetic pull. Who? Oh, it's an offensive. Or he's not offensive lineman. He's a defensive player.
Edge. Yeah.
Tackle.
Edge.
Oh.
Another Michigan player.
Another Michigan player. For a team that didn't like, you know what I think is weird? Two teams that did not win the national championship, Michigan and Ohio State. They've had a lot of players get drafted. And I'm not saying that they're not a good pedigree schools, but
they're also just an older team.
I mean, Indiana's an older team.
No,
I mean, Ohio State's backup tight end got drafted. What?
Yeah.
In the second, third round.
IU has 10 or 12 prospects that declared and 4 drafted so far. But a lot of guys that are left are just...
Oh, Jerry's in the room, Bob. They have him in there in the Death Star Command Center.
Oh, man.
He had a lot to do with
some things are bound to go. Hey, there's that Caleb Douglas guy that got drafted. 126 player on the board compared by what this is.
I have 3 guys still on IU that I'm interested to see where they go. And it's Surratt, Roman Hemby, and Aiden Fisher.
Man, if I had a name like this, I would never leave the house. Wade Woodaz. Woodaz.
Now here come the Rams. Here come the Rams, who very rarely have draft picks, but they did have 2 firsts this year, courtesy of Atlanta.
Go ahead and draft Justin Jolly for another tight end for fun.
Keegan Trost, tackle, Missouri.
Keegan Trost.
1 sack and 6 pressures allowed on 852 snaps.
Out of Missouri. Missouri does generally have a really good offensive line.
A lot of them Midwest teams do. Missouri, Iowa. They got a lot.
Them big boys are corn-fed, all right?
They are corn-fed. That offensive tackle I was talking about earlier, that it's like basically you're going to have to be going around the sun to get around him. There's one other guy that's like the same way. Travis Burke is 6'8", 3/4 of an inch, 325 pounds. Jeez. The dude is like going around a planet.
Slingshot.
What?
Pick is in for Miami.
Watch, it's Travis Burke. That'd be awesome. That'd be funny. I'm highlighting the guy and he got drafted.
I think the NFL is going to try to get one more commercial break in.
Of course they are. Of course.
What are they selling? Some type of freaking power tools. Let's go.
Well, I'm surprised they're not on the 47th commercial about how to get rid of plaque psoriasis or whatever.
Oh, this one's a Dr.
I
Pepper.
swear. I legitimately, one of the podcasts that I did it when we were doing it earlier, April, my wife and I were on vacation, and I was like, look, I said, we haven't been able to sit down and really watch a game until we got on vacation, and I'm sitting down and I'm watching this game, and I just want to do a special shout out to all you people with psoriasis. Apparently, it's the worst disease in the world because that is every commercial.
Dude, you don't know. I'll be listening to Cubs games on the Cubs radio, and every third ad is an ad about not driving after you've smoked weed.
Yeah, it's all kind of crazy stuff. Let me tell you, but I did see the Pirates finished off the Brewers 6-0. The no hitter did get broken up.
I mean, I like it when they do it. What's his name? Merrick or whatever went for one the other day, and that was for Cleveland, and that was the guy that Cubs played, and I think they lost to him in the in that game or whatever.
Yeah. You know what it did do? Hey, push the Brewers down lower in the standings.
That's right, and let the Pirates climb the standings.
Yeah. Not too far. Just enough, though.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see how it goes. They've still got a long way to go, but we're starting to get some young talent.
Hey, we're still the only division that's
everybody's over 500
across the board. So
it's a good division. It is much like Bob's favorite division in football, the NFC South.
Quite the opposite.
Oh man.
I'm ready for the AFC North back to being our prominence of every team, or at least it's a three-headed monster, and then just the Browns are there.
Oh, we talked about Keegan Trost already.
Yeah, Keegan Trost,
7th-year senior. My gosh, man. Something about Trost. 7-year senior with 42 starts between 4 different schools.
That's wild.
My Lord.
How do you get that much eligibility? I mean, honestly.
Well, you got to think he had that COVID year.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Then you get an extra year from COVID. Then you get a redshirt year. So there's 2, and
that's insane.
Then you can, I think, still get a extra year based on
if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the last year that COVID year is going to exist. There's Miami's wide receiver 1, Chris Bell from Louisville.
They take him.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what's crazy is in the same aspect here. Oh my gosh! If they'd have taken Chris Bell where they took Caleb Douglas, I wouldn't bash the Caleb Douglas pick so bad. And why did they draft Will Crackermacker or however you pronounce it, that guy's name, the backup tight end to Ohio State? Like, whatever. Miami is gonna live in my head rent free. They're gonna be on the culture shock so much. Like, hey, who's the worst team in the league still? Oh, it's the Dolphins.
The Dolphins.
Go figure. The Dolphins. I mean, I don't mind. I'm not a fan of Caden Proctor, but if he works out, he works out. That's fine. Chris Johnson, the quarterback from San Diego State, is actually a really good player. Jacob Rodriguez, I really like him. So, like, in all honesty, if Proctor turns out, then it's the first 3 picks are pretty good. And then you drafted some wide receiver that I'm like, what? And it's like they didn't take any young guys, TJ. Proctor's the youngest guy as a junior. Well, I don't know about age, but he's a junior. Everyone else is a senior. They got too much time to be taking the oldest dudes.
Fins up, Bob. Fins up. Maybe they're just throwing these picks away because they want that first overall pick for sure.
Oh, I think they're going to earn it strong.
You think?
Who's
so? Like,
the last team to go 0-17?
Oh, I can't remember. The Browns
was
were
it Cleveland. Yeah, Cleveland was close.
Oh no, it was Cleveland because they almost went 0-17 twice in a row.
Was it? It was 0-16 though. I don't think we had that 17th game in.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, they went 0-16 and then they went 1-16. They lost.
Gotta love Hugh Jackson.
Yeah, Hugh Jackson. That's exactly it. So you think that the Dolphins? What percentage you give them to have the number 1 pick next year, Bob?
Oh man, if they win a game at this point,
That's an R name.
I don't know, man. It's gotta be in the 70s at least. and I want to say 80, but like I literally there's still bad teams that exist, right? The Jets are still available.
Another tight end, Eli Raridan from Notre Dame goes to the Patriots.
He's kind of, I think he's more dual. So, I mean, like, projects as a Y10 with the ability to produce on all 3 downs in the pros. Raridan spent, more time with his hand in the ground than he did at Notre Dame. He blocks with solid technique and good tenacity, but still needs to add muscle to his long frame. Notre Dame passing attack opened him up on intermediate hash throws against zone, but he has a sneaky build up speed and ball skills. And I mean,
oh, hey, Steelers traded in to get this pick from the Seahawks.
What other Nussmeier? Take Nussmeier and see if we can have a QB battle.
Don't say that, Bob. We don't need that. We don't play that. We don't need that.
I mean, I legitimately wanted to give Pittsburgh a decent grade. But what blows my mind is you could have had Pregnon when you drafted Aller.
Right. And you still could have got Aller here.
And you probably still could have got Aller here if you really wanted. And I mean, like, they got so many picks that whatever they're trading up is not that big of a deal, right?
Right.
I don't know, man.
They traded 99 and a 7th for
Jennings Dunker.
Who's that? What position he play?
He's a guard. He's it's funny because Matt Williamson talked about, like, he goes, if this dude didn't have flaming red hair, he wouldn't even be considered a player. he's like, he's just awful. He's like, and I'm like, and Williamson's a beat writer basically for the Steelers, right? So he's like, this guy. Yeah, he's like, if he didn't have flaming red hair, he wouldn't even be considered. I'm like, oh, that's bad. But
Iowa boy.
Yeah, Iowa.
Yep.
I mean, maybe the guy grows, but
it's Mahler with a mullet. I love that. This guy could be good. He's got a future ahead of him.
It's entirely possible. The Vikings are on the clock.
Could it be
back-to-back
Jonah
Vikings?
Coleman? Jonah Coleman. How about it, Bob?
I mean, if Keon Black is the only 3rd-round running back we get, I'm going to be like, what?
Dunker needs to change his first name to Cletus. Look at this dude. If you told me his name was Cletus, I would have been like, yeah.
What I don't get is what's Dunker? Like, that sounds like a basketball player. You need to be like Drunker.
See him throwing hay. Look at that throwing hay.
Throwing hay.
He's a beast.
Dunker out here throwing bales, man.
That's the kind of guy we need right there. I like that pick.
I hope it works out for you.
Thank you, Bob.
I mean, I'm never going to fault an offensive line pick. Never going to fault it. I just think that they really botched this round up. They could have easily. I think they could have easily gotten the cornerback they took at 21, where they took Aller, and they could have taken Pregnon at 21, where they took the cornerback, and then you could have taken, Aller, where you took Dunker, and then probably still traded. You probably still got enough capital where you could have traded back in and got Dunker.
One more commercial break. They're going to get one more out of it.
Squeeze it. They got 4 picks
More
left to go in
scotch.
this round.
Yep. We got a small business commercial.
Yeah. Give me that Versace. Oh, one daily pill. What's this for?
You know
It's
what for.
Rinvoq. It's the Rinvoq medicine. I don't know what that does.
Rinvoq is a psoriasis medicine, I'm pretty sure.
God.
I'm telling you. Some kind of
worst-
skin rash.
The worst disease of them all. Well,
Apparently, it's probably the worst disease on the planet. I mean, I think I know one person that has it, and it's like my sister-in-law's got it. You know, she's got some spots or whatever, and she's very what's the word I'm looking for? Self-conscious about it. But like, I don't know. I mean, like, you would think ED medication, like you cannot get on X or whatever or Facebook without seeing 1.5 billion ED medications.
You think
Like,
they target you? You think they target you for your age?
Probably part of it.
I'll tell you some crazy stuff. So I work at a place called Caliber Collision. And I was on Snapchat one day and an ad came up and it was for Caliber condoms. And I was like, wait, we made condoms?
No, you don't make anything. You just fix stuff. Why are they showing?
There's Bob's
these
store,
jerseys?
Harbor Freight commercial. He loves it.
I do some shopping at Harbor Freight.
So do I.
Harbor Freight.
Yep. You
I'm
buy
about
their
50
junk tools and then they go.
Hey, Junk
I
Tools
do.
lifetime warranty.
That's it. I buy them though, and they always go to shit. And I'm like, I'm never going back, and I always go back.
You can't beat it though. Like,
No, you
It's
can't.
so-
I just
it's
give a
so
hard
nice.
time. It is funny though. It's always the same things with Harbor Freight.
I won't ever buy their power tools, but I'll buy their hand tools all day.
Oh yeah, for sure. I love like their off-brand power tools they have. It's hilarious.
What are they? I can't remember now.
Like something
Bowers
Chicago. Was it like something
Yeah,
Chicago?
Chicago Electric for their welders and stuff.
Yeah. All right, here we go, big culture. Will Minnesota take a running back?
I mean, they probably ought to. I mean, at this point, what's the worst that can happen?
Toby,
Right, Nick,
I really,
you got 2 picks.
I was like, I really wish he had both cards in his hand just to knock them
Just
both out at the same time.
No,
Minnesota-
dude, they're gonna look an offensive lineman, Caleb Turan. That's Turan, I think. I've heard a lot about that guy, so I think that he's not a bad football player. 6'7", 323 pounds. He's not quite as global as the other 2 guys I talked about, but he's not small.
Well, Jennings Dunker is definitely better. Club. I mean, you can throw hay like that guy can.
Jennings Cletus Dunker.
That's right. We got a legend now. Anyone that has red hair plays good offensive line too. Look
I was
at Jensen, the center for Tampa Bay. That guy was a tank.
Well, is it Cody Mock? Like
Yeah,
a redhead too,
Yeah,
and is missing like 3 teeth.
yeah.
That's the
I
one
like
you want.
Cody Clark.
You need a ginger missing teeth, and then you just have the best O line possible.
That's right. Minnesota back at it again with another pick here.
It's funny because like my video feeds far enough behind that they basically showed the 4 Jacoby Thomas. So no running back.
We
No
still got
running back.
Seattle and Jacksonville in the night.
Seattle won't take one. Jacksonville may.
Yeah.
So we've had one running back on day 2. This draft just went from bad to worst, as Big Culture likes to say. Continually.
I'm telling
It's
you.
gone from bad to worse. It just keeps getting worse.
It's like, and I mean, again, I ain't trying to pat myself on the back, but man, I've been hammering this since I don't know, since the beginning of the year.
People listen to the Culture Shock. You've been saying it since last like October, September. Like, this is what we got coming isn't great, and it definitely isn't, because now you go in like from a dynasty perspective, you look at some of these running backs, it's like, who are you going to place your bets on in round 2s of your dynasty drafts? Like, you're really going to be dart throwing, because anyone that's picked on day 3 is expendable. I mean, they just are. I mean, it just, you better really do your homework if you're taking a running back on in your dynasty drafts in your second, third rounds. And these tight ends, this has to be some kind of a record for tight ends going on day 2. I mean, this is like, how many went? Like 9, 10? I mean, there had to be at least 8.
All right, let's give her a countdown for day 2 tight ends. I still haven't came to one. Round 2 took a little bit.
Boy, it went on a run.
Stowers was the first one, and then Bo Ricker, or however you pronounce his name. That's 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 in the second round.
Alone, yep.
Yep. And then 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, you're pretty close, TJ. 8.
8, yeah. I mean, I'm just going back through my head. I'm like, man, there had to be at least 8. I mean, that's insane. Watch Seattle or Jacksonville, or Seattle took the corner. Watch Jacksonville take another tight end just to close it out. How insane would that?
Bud Clark. I thought he was taken already.
He was already.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought he went.
Well, then this pick can't be right then.
Jalen Husky out of Maryland.
Is that who it was, and not Bud Clark? Oh, hold on. You know what I did? I was on round 2.
Yeah, Clark was the end of round 2. Jalen Husky is the end of round 3.
Perfect.
Maryland.
What a way to end the stream, guys. 4 hours strong. Rounds 2 and 3. Appreciate all you guys tuning in with us. Again, some will be back for day 3 tomorrow. Hopefully, you guys want to tune in with us. We'd love to have you. And as Bob said, a bad draft just got worse. It's looking like, ladies and gentlemen. But listen, if you guys are enjoying the content and you haven't, please subscribe on YouTube, like the video. We really appreciate all the support. You guys have been awesome to the whole process. If you want to check out the podcast, we're available on Spotify, Apple Pod, Stitcher, Amazon, all the big podcasting platforms. Dynasty DNA Fantasy Football Podcast. You can find us over there doing 3-4 shows a week. I know I speak for Bob, Logan, Wiz, who was here tonight, everyone at the Dynasty DNA Network when we say, hope your teams did what you wanted them to do. Have a great rest of your night. See you for day 3. Have a nice evening.